Good morning, one and all. Good morning, one and all. We welcome you to the International Conference on Vigilance, Corruption and Impunity, Crimes Against Journalists, Media, Tsunami, War, Armed Conflict, Cybersecurity, Internet Safety, Health, Well-being, Education, Employment, Environment and Sustainable Development. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022. Every day as part of these celebrations, commemorations, we are organizing every day evening 6 to 8 p.m. and also Sundays from 11 to 5 p.m. various events which disseminates knowledge from eminent speakers across the world. So we generally take up as part of the themes, the various commemorations based on international commemorations from United Nations, World Health Organization, UNICEF, and various UN and other stakeholders from across the world, and we invite discussions, deliberations, paper presentations on various topics that contributes to these sessions which are apt in that week. So every week we have commemorations based on these international days, weeks, months, decades, and henceforth this week we have commemoration as we are commemorating this entire week as Vigilance Week on occasion of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji. And we have also commemorations like International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. And we have World Tsunami Awareness Day and International Day for Preventing and Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict. So with all these commemorations, we shall proceed with today's sessions. We once again welcome you all to the international conference. If any of you are interested to make presentations, haven't registered yet, you can register even now also. The registration link has been shared in the chat box and you can share your details. To the coordinator mentioned in the registration form. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's sessions. Initially, we'll take up one session by one of our speakers today, and then we will move on to commemorations, then followed by other sessions. So today, we have with us we will start our session with C.H. Krishnamanasa. She is a pharmacist from Hyderabad. She has pursued B Pharmacy, M Pharmacy, and has a certificate in pharmacovigilance, PCPV. And also she is a researcher, classical singer, regular blood donor, and philomath and odophile. Basically, these terms are too technical jargon, but it means that, you know, she likes traveling and reading, studying a lot. And she is keenly interested in research and oriented and in multidisciplinary topics. So she has presented in various webinars and conferences, participated in various webinars, conferences, workshops, and training programs. So we welcome you, dear Krishnamanasa, for this international conference. And we invite you to take over for your session. You can start your presentation. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Firstly, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for providing me wonderful opportunity to talk on nutraceuticals on this wonderful platform today, and also introducing me. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Yeah. Good morning to one and all. Today, on the occasion of International Conference, my topic is regarding nutraceuticals. Nutraceuticals are the products which, other than nutrition, are also used as a medicine. A nutraceutical medicine may be defined as a substance which has physiological benefit or provides protection against chronic diseases. For example, as all we know, this fortified dairy products like milk, citrus fruits, orange juice, derived from a food source, offer additional health benefits beyond general basic nutrition, may provide consumers with added nutrition. If a consumer is managing any injury or illness, or if they are putting extra physical strain on their body, as this situations can increase the number of nutrients our bodies need. As all we know, pharmaceutical is a man-made imitation of a natural substance the body needs to fight diseases and stay healthy, while nutraceuticals are standardized nutrients. The term nutraceutical combines the two words of nutrient, which is nourishing food component, and pharmaceutical, which is a medical drug. Nutrition plus pharmaceutical leads to nutraceutical. The name was coined in 1989 by Stephen Duplessis, founder and chairman of the Foundation for Innovation in Medicine, which is an American organization located in Cranford, New Jersey. It acts as a blend between nutrition and pharmaceutical, and it's also an alternative tool to boost your nutrition. The major role of nutraceuticals is to combat major health problems while promoting overall health. Today, nutraceuticals have evolved from their traditional background to a highly scientific field where the efficacy, safety of the products are backed by evidence, developing technology, and new research. It acts as a healthy diet that contributes to our health by providing good nutrition and also to repair itself, proper growth, and good function as well. If your diet was not providing you with a sufficient amount of nutrients and vitamins, so here the nutraceuticals acts as a supplement. These are the regions, most probably nutraceuticals were taking a lead role: North America, Europe, Asia, Pacific, and rest of the world. So types based on the chemical groupings: inorganic mineral supplements, vitamin supplements, digestive enzymes, probiotics, prebiotics, dietary fibers, cereals and grains, health drinks, antioxidants, herbs as functional foods. Coming to the inorganic mineral supplements, basically, these minerals and all are provided through the diet. Deficiency of these minerals may develop variety of health-related problems and diseases. Large number of elements control variety of physiological and biochemical functions. As all we know, boron, zinc, calcium, and magnesium. Boron supports calcium level and estrogen level in postmenopausal women. Zinc supports body overall antioxidant system by scavenging free radicals. Calcium deficiency leads to osteopenia or osteoporosis. It acts as an important element in the treatment of bone loss and prevention. Sufficient intake of calcium and vitamin D significantly reduces the risk of fracture. Magnesium, essential element involved in various enzymatic process and critical in the proper use and maintenance of calcium. Vitamin supplements. Actually, we can take these vitamins in a tracer amount or a pinch amount. No need of taking a very excessive because again, it affects our health because deficiency also plays a major role. So basically provided through the diet and complex substances of organic origin. Very small quantities are necessary for the maintenance of human life. Deficiency of vitamins in diet may lead to various health-related problems and diseases. Let us see. Vitamins are categorized into two types: fat-soluble vitamins and water-soluble vitamins. Fat-soluble vitamins, we have four kinds: vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K. And water-soluble, we have two conditions: B complex and non-B complex. In non-B complex, we have only vitamin C. In B complex, we have again two categories: energy releasing and hematopoietic. In energy releasing, thiamine B1, riboflavin B2, niacin B3. And in the next category, folinic acid B9, cyanocobalamin B12. Know your vitamins. What exactly they do? What is the role of them? Vitamin A, also known as retinol, and the sources included in carrots, green leafy vegetables, and sweet potatoes. Important for healthy vision. It deficiency causes night blindness, also known as xerophthalmia. And vitamin B, also known as B complex, source included animal origin and dietary products. Important for converting food into fuel, acts as an energy to the body. Actually, this energy and all will under controlled by mitochondria. Mitochondria are also called as powerhouses of the cell. They only meant for regulating the energy, nothing but our ATP, adenine triphosphate. The list of vitamin includes vitamin B, B1, B2, B3, B5, B6, B7, B9, and B12. Vitamin C, as all we know, it is very rich in lemon and citrus fruits and all, and also known as ascorbic acid, very important for the growth maintenance and also all over the maintenance of the body tissues and also healing wounds. Vitamin D. Vitamin D is otherwise called as sunshine vitamin. It comes from the sun's rays. It's a natural vitamin. Also known as calciferol. Sources included fatty fish like salmon, egg yolk, and cheese. And all these are important for maintaining strong bones and teeth. Deficiency causes rickets. Vitamin E, also known as tocopherol. The main sources are almonds, peanuts, and soybean oil, important for producing immunity and fertility in males. It deficiency causes nerve damage. And vitamin K. Vitamin K usually consists of phylloquinone. And sources include collard greens, kale, spinach, important for blood clotting, and deficiency leads to hemorrhagic diseases. These are the vitamin deficiencies in depth. And coming to the digestive system. In enzymes, we have four categories: carbohydrate digestion, protein digestion, nucleic acid digestion, fat digestion. How it produced and what are the site of release and what are the pH levels. Basically, the pH levels are considered on the scale of 1 to 14. 1 to 7 acts as a acidic in nature and 7 is neutral and 7 to 14 is nothing but our basic nature. How the enzymes will produce and what are the site of release, it will be in detail. Like the salivary amylase produced in the salivary glands, actually the site of release is mouth. And pancreatic amylase in pancreas, site of release small intestine, but very basic in nature. They never disturb much. Maltase in small intestine, site of release is obviously small intestine and basic in nature. The role of pepsin, trypsin, and peptidase means for the gastric glands in pancreas and small intestine. Main site of release is stomach and small intestine. But the pepsin is acidic in nature, trypsin and peptidase in basic in nature. Nuclease and nucleosidase produced in pancreas and site of release small intestine, basic in nature. Lipase, pancreas, small intestine, basic in nature. Usually, taking antacids often worsen the problem. Variety of digestive enzymes can be used as a digestive aid for proper absorption and digestion of food material. Proteolytic enzymes, like we'll get it normally, papain and bromelain, are used as a digestive aids in the form of digestive products. What are probiotics? These are actually microorganisms that are believed to provide health benefits when consumed. Actually, internally, every human being has a healthy bacteria called Escherichia coli. But nowadays, due to this adulterated food and lack of nutritional food, we are dumping all kind of stuff in our gut. So this healthy bacteria and all getting vanished. So now we are taking the external source like external probiotic supplements. So just to make our gut safe and healthy with good and proper functioning of good bacteria. So the term probiotic is currently used to name ingested microorganisms associated with benefits for humans and animals. What are the functions? What actually they do? They strengthen the immune system and also improved digestion, intestinal motility, produce vitamin K, cyanocobalamin, thiamine, folic acid, biotin, and normalize the level of cholesterol. We have a good cholesterol and bad cholesterol, so that it normalizes that. And digestion of carbohydrates and proteins. Of course, because every day we are eating rice. Rice is rich in carbohydrates. So we just obviously need digestion process. And regulate the absorption of minerals, gases, water. Prevents reproduction of pathogenic microflora. And next, prebiotics. Prebiotics are the substances that the body can't digest, like we have this dietary fibers, roughages and all. They act as a food for the beneficial bacteria in the gut, but encourage their growth. Like example, tomatoes, banana, onions, and asparagus all contain oligosaccharides and a common form of prebiotics. You may also find all these prebiotics in specially made dairy products or sold in capsules. We can get it anywhere else. But the evidence is growing that prebiotics can increase the beneficial bacteria in your gut and also help to maintain good health. The functions of prebiotics, what it do? It stimulates local immunity and remove excess mucus from the walls of the small intestine and reduce the formation of gases, suppresses the reproduction in the intestine of pathogenic bacteria, stimulate peristalsis, and improve the work of digestive system. That is mandatory because every gadget or everything has its sleeping time or some other rest time, but human body will work 24/7. Even though we are sleeping, it do its own work, it repair our body. So obviously the prebiotics takes a major role and they help us to improve the work of the digestive system, stimulate the growth and reproduction of only useful microflora. And we should know what exactly the prebiotic and probiotic, how it will be. So probiotic, it's a live bacteria found in certain food or supplements such as dairy and soy products. Prebiotic, specialized plant fiber that acts as a fertilizer for the good bacteria that is already in the digestive system. Probiotic promotes a healthy digestive tract and immune system. Prebiotic, after this actually it works, supports healthy digestion and immune function. These both are actually correlated with each other. Probiotic, sensitive to heat and stomach acid, which may kill active bacteria. Prebiotic, not affected by heat or stomach acid and can remain in the body for longer. Probiotic may help treat irritable bowel syndrome and prevent or reduce the severity of colds and flu. Prebiotic may be helpful for several chronic digestive disorders and inflammatory bowel disease. Next, dietary fibers. As all we know, it's a roughage or bulk. Include the parts of some plant foods your body can't digest or absorb. So there is no that much utility at all. But unlike other components such as fats, proteins, carbohydrates, which your body breaks down and absorbs, fiber isn't it digested by your body. So we'll see, we have this two categories in dietary fibers, soluble and insoluble. Soluble, dissolve in water and slow down digestion to give you the full feeling. Whenever we eat this kind of foods, we feel like, "Arey yaar, I'm done now." But coming to the insoluble, add bulk to diet and help with constipation, having the laxative benefit and all. So soluble, like we have oatmeal, lentils, apples, oranges, nuts, flax seeds, beans, dried peas, cucumbers, celery, carrots. And coming to the insoluble, barley, next to brown rice, zucchini, broccoli, cashews, cabbage, green peas, dark leafy vegetables, root vegetable skins. So this is what dietary fibers and their classification. What is the importance of dietary fiber? Whole grain, cereals, fruits, and vegetables. Usually fiber is made up of the indigestible parts or compounds of plants, which pass relatively unchanged through our stomach and intestines. Fiber is mainly a carbohydrate. The main role of fiber is to keep the digestive system healthy. Cereals and grains. Cereals are the most important crops in the world. Basic food in European countries. The total annual grain yields exceed 2,000 million tons and compared to 250 million tons of legume seeds, including soya bean and groundnut. Most economically important cereal crops are maize, wheat, rice, as all we know. Together, they account for over 70% of the total cereal production, and largely used throughout the world in the entire form, like sprouted cereals and grains and their milled flours. These products of cereals and grains are usually rich in nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and of course, some specific phytoconstituents. Healthy drinks, as all we know, this is a wonderful thing for us. Whenever we get time, we can have some fresh juices and leafy vegetables. It is very good for health. And these are the fast developing area of functional foods. So fruits and vegetable juices have also been shown to produce healthy benefits. Fortified with antioxidants like vitamin A, C, E, and others with herbal extracts. But unfortunately, many fortified or enriched foods are heavily processed and packaged. They often come with high sodium, fat, sugar content. Fortification does not make them inherently healthy or good for you. We are seeing all this kind of stuff in grocery markets like this Tropicana milkshakes and all. They'll see non-sugar or sugar free, but in the labeling and all, we'll see sugar is high amount. So kindly please do take care while if you are going to drink this packed kind of healthy drinks and milkshakes and all. Antioxidants. These are usually categorized into three types: true antioxidants, reducing agents, antioxidants, synergists. The role of true antioxidants. They react with the free radicals and block the chain reaction of free radicals. Reducing agents. They lower redox potential and readily get oxidized and found effective against oxidizing agents. Antioxidant synergies have a little antioxidant effect, but may enhance the effect of true antioxidants by reacting with heavy metals, which catalyze auto-oxidation. Catalyze is nothing but speed up the reaction. Like it's a push-up. For example, we have natural antioxidants we can see in our home. Vitamin C and vitamin B are the antioxidants available in citrus, fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts, and oil. Carotenoids like lycopene, beta carotene, lutein, these are available in tomatoes, carrots, sweet potato, banana, and egg yolk. So, herbs as functional foods. How these herbs plays a major role in prevention of diseases. In addition to proteins, carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals necessary for metabolism. But several plant constituents may play an important role in health enhancement. Like, as all we know, this garlic, spirulina, and Momardica cerenta. Garlic, disinfectant in the treatment of pulmonary conditions, and oil of garlic used as an antihelminthic. Garlic oil is also useful in high blood pressure, which reduce the risk of colon and lung carcinoma, carnative and expectorant. Spirulina, it is actually a blue-green algae. Treatment of cancer can be used, and powerful antioxidants found to be helpful in the treatment of diabetes, cataract, arthritis, etc. Momardica cerentia, nothing but bitter gourd. In Telugu, kakarkaya. In the treatment of gout, rheumatism, and disorders of spleen and liver. We can use this in the preparation of curries, pickles, etc. Tonic, carbonative, and cooling agent. And the juice of this bitter gourd used to reduce the blood sugar level and hence used for treatment of diabetes mellitus. As all we know, we have this healthy benefits also, potential nutritional, safety, therapeutic effects, and also have a prominent role in including antioxidant defenses, gene expression, self-proliferation, safeguarding the mitochondrial integrity. And next, it is also plays a major role in the treatment and prevention of chronic diseases like gastrointestinal disorders, renal disorders, diabetes, heart diseases, obesity, Parkinson diseases, Alzheimer's diseases, cancer, autoimmune conditions, infections, allergies, visual orders. In this, many more categories, the nutraceuticals are playing a very good role. Actually, these are naturally occurring sources, but how it really affects on our, how it improve our eye health, gut health, immune function. Let us see. Patient with eye disorders and conditions like glaucoma, visual disorders can be benefit from nutraceuticals also, like vitamin C and vitamin E, helpful to reduce the risk of cataracts because these are naturally occurring sources. And essential fatty acids like omega-3s, important for visual development and retinal function. Improve gut health, prebiotics, probiotics, aloe vera, flavonoids, omega-3 and omega-6 helps to restore and stimulate the growth of good bacteria and reduce the effect of harmful bacteria in the gut. Improve immune function. Naturally, we have these boosters like green tea, amino acids, vitamin D, blueberries, useful in improving and strengthening immune health and also helpful to prevent diseases. Few herbs and plant extracts like we have echinacea and astragalus helps in the development and regeneration of stem cells. Garlic, as all we know, it acts as an anti-inflammatory and can enhance the functioning of the immune system. Where it actually plays a major role, nutraceuticals. Due to the presence of phytochemicals, which acts as a promising source in the prevention and treatment of inflammation. And also to reduce oxidative stress in chronic conditions, inflammatory diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, cancer, asthma, osteoarthritis, autoimmune diseases. And also prominently useful in sports medicine because it helps athletes to improve their performance and reduce oxidative stress and mitochondrial dysfunction, which actually occurs because of this heavy exercises. Nowadays, we are getting this kind of mitosis. Now, actually, this heroine Samantha Ruth Prabhu got this kind of thing due to lifting heavy weights and all. This kind of diseases may come. So kindly, please do take care. Don't go for heavy burden things and all. Just kindly do take care of it. And it also prolonged life, acts as a preventive care of the body, which increase life expectancy and to reduce the risk of many diseases and helps the body recover quickly. And major role in improving mental health. This is actually very important for everyone in our day-to-day life. We have to balance our mental health and emotional intelligence. And as per the research, it states that nutrients and nutraceuticals plays an important role in the prevention, management, and treatment of mental health disorders and physiological functioning. Few certain nutrients and nutraceuticals compounds like omega-3, vitamin B, vitamin D, magnesium, iron, zinc, curcumin, lycopene, and beta-carotene are showing promising results in improving mood, stress, anxiety, depression, and cognitive function. How naturally we are getting all these things from natural substance which actually obtain naturally, and also helps in increasing energy, regulate body functions, enhance skin care, reduce cravings, improve mental clarity, improve sleep. That is mandatory for everyone nowadays. So, improve all our health. As Hippocrates said, let food be thy medicine. Nutraceutical for pets. It's a good news actually for nutraceutical manufacturers and increasing demand from pet owners for supplements for their pets. Because due to this coloring agents, coloring flavors, and all artificial colors, so many pet owners are avoiding pet food with gluten, artificial flavors, artificial colors. They want the best high quality food for their pets, and they are willing to spend a little more on nutraceuticals if it means they are keeping their pets healthy and happy. Herbs can be given to animals with arthritis condition to help with pain management. Like some of the herbs we have, arnica we have, bittersweet, nothing but nightshade, boswellia, white willow. And the nutraceuticals can present a variety of benefits for pets. The positive approaches like control of infection by viruses, bacteria, and parasites, elimination of infection by viruses, bacteria, and parasites, immune regulation, improvement of metabolic processes, support of organ structure and function, and also supply uh, good blood to organs and all. But what are the limitations on research and marketing approach? As all we know, nutraceuticals can be more affordable, not covered by insurance plans than pharmaceuticals, and more accessible to consumers. Nutraceuticals also don't require prescriptions at all for before taking this kind of nutraceuticals. They never ask prescriptions, making them more widely available to the public. But the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, regulated limitations on marketing and required claim, adherence, and fair balance of listing any side effects experienced by the clinically studied patient population. And also sets limits on what can and cannot appear on nutraceuticals, such as requirement for a disclaimer indicating the product isn't its medication under the FDA rules. Nutraceuticals can't claim to be a treatment, medication, or cure for a certain disease. Whereas pharmaceuticals could make these claims and justify them with backing from medical research. Still, even these limitations on marketing, nutraceuticals hold the important advantages over pharmaceuticals. Of course, naturally occurring things easily available, and top of that, no need of searching this kind of source and this kind of vitamin. Everything is available in our hands. So, over pharmaceuticals of being more affordable and accessible without prescriptions. But as per consumer perception, nutraceuticals are viewed as prevention. So, while pharmaceuticals are viewed as a treatment. What are the adverse effects? Compared to pharmaceuticals, Nutraceuticals are potentially safe and improve health naturally. But we also have some side effects corner. Every drug, any format, obviously will have side effects and adverse effects based on the dosage level or prescribed by the physician. As per the prescription, we supposed to take care of any drug and our health. Insomnia, excessive blood thinning, cardiac arrhythmias, and allergic reactions caused by interactions with the drug or with other nutraceuticals or therapeutic drugs. And few nutraceuticals can also toxicity. Yes, many of the herbs which may give us serious and instant results, toxicity levels, and also before going to take any kind of drug, we're supposed to think and take, which leads to the adverse drug supplement reactions. So it has to be directed by the physicians. And usually, nutraceuticals have a powerful effect on our body. If we consume higher than dosage, again, it leads to adverse effects. But basically, nearly half of Americans take at least one prescription drug, and many grow tired of relying on pharmaceuticals or long to incorporate a more holistic approach when it comes to their health. And conclusions may be beneficial to our health, but we are still learning about their benefits and possible harmful effects. Of course, it's a good approach and it's very a good concept for entire world, but based on the this harmful effects and benefits, we supposed to take a challenge. Government regulatory bodies also face the challenges in this new category of health products, which lies between food and drugs. Health professional, neutralists, and regulatory toxicologists should strategically work together to plan appropriate regulation to provide ultimate health and therapeutic benefit to mankind. And these are my references. Thank you. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and uh, and I thank all the participants for active listening. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Manasa, for the wonderful presentation. You gave a lot of insights, especially when we are consuming, instead of going for natural, nutrients, we are depending on supplements, and there is a greatest myth in the community that, you can easily get all the nutrients from supplements. But, a supplement or a nutraceutical, or as mentioned, is just an extract of that particular element from that, and that doesn't as a whole doesn't provide the required nutrients. And yeah, very well presented. You brought various insights. And participants, if you have any queries, then we can take up. You can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself to ask. Okay, if there are no queries or observations, you can still use chat box or feedback form to share your feedback. Feedback is being shared in the form of polls. So kindly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. After each session, we'll be sharing feedback form. Quickly respond to feedback form. We'll be having 5 minutes for the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session for the day. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. We are moving to the next session, that is commemoration of today's international events. We thank you, Manasa, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in the future. So November 2nd is the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, which is the first commemoration topic for this day, with the theme Countering Threats of Violence and Crimes Against Journalists to Protect Freedom of Expression for All. Ending impunity for crimes against journalists is one of the most pressing issues to guarantee freedom of expression and access to information for all citizens. Between 2006 and 2020, over 1,200 journalists have been killed for reporting the news and bringing information to the public. In 9 out of 10 cases, the killers go unpunished. According to the UNESCO Observatory of Killed Journalists, impunity leads to more killings and is often a symptom of worsening conflict between the breakdown of law and judicial systems. From 2016 to end of 2020, 400 journalists were killed for their work or while on the job. 274 journalists were imprisoned in 2020, the highest yearly total in the 3 decades. Only 13% of cases recorded by UNESCO since 2006 are currently considered judicially resolved. 73% of the women journalists surveyed has experienced online violence in the course of their work. This is an international scenario. While killing are the most extreme form of media censorship, journalists are also subjected to countless threats, ranging from kidnapping, torture, and other physical attacks to harassment, particularly in the digital sphere. Threats of violence and attacks against journalists, in particular, create a climate of fear for media professionals, impeding the free circulation of information, opinions, and ideas for all citizens. Women journalists are particularly impacted by threats and attacks, notably by those made online. According to UNESCO discussion paper, The Chilling Global Trends in Online Violence Against Women Journalists, 73% of the women journalists surveyed said they had been threatened, intimidated, and insulted online in connection with their work. In many cases, threats of violence and attacks against journalists are not properly investigated. This impunity emboldens the perpetrators of the crimes, at the same time has a chilling effect on the society, including journalists themselves. UNESCO is concerned that impunity damages whole societies by covering up serious human rights abuses, corruption, and crime. On the other hand, justice systems that vigorously investigate all threats of violence against journalists send a powerful message that society will not tolerate attacks against journalists and against the right to freedom of expression for all. This year commemorates 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. The UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity is the first concerned effect within the United Nations to address attacks and impunity of crimes against journalists with multi-stakeholder and holistic approach. It brings together UN bodies, national authorities, media, and civil society organizations. Since the plan was adopted, The issue of safety of journalists has gained a higher visibility in the United Nations, as evidenced by the increased number of declarations, resolutions, and other normative texts, and the UN Secretary General call to action for human rights. Protecting journalists is also part of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The plan has also contributed to building international coalitions of governments and civil society and served to bring about changes on the ground, such as creation of nation safety mechanisms in at least 50 countries. But despite of all these mechanisms, challenges still exist. The highest rate of impunity for crimes against journalists persists, and the new forms of threats develop in unprecedented ways. The 10th anniversary is a milestone to reaffirm, recommit, and reposition efforts to advance the UN plan. So in 2022, International Day of End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalism, a high-level multi-stakeholder conference was on safety of journalists with the theme Protecting Media to Protect Democracy was organized on 3rd and 4th November 2022 from morning 8 to evening 8 in Vienna, Austria, and is also organizing a series of regional consultations with local stakeholders to take a stock of the progress and challenges to protect journalists in last 10 years and to strategize how to implement plan more effectively, building upon the success stories and lessons learned in the specific context each region. 2 thematic consultations will have focused on internet transparency and safety of women journalists. Let's watch a short video.
These are journalists. Your perception of them might be positive or negative, depending on your view. But have you considered that they are protecting your right to public information? The information we receive shapes our world. But imagine if those who protect our access to it are removed by people who want to prevent certain information becoming public. What world would that shape? In 2010, 2 young journalists working as interns for a local Mexican newspaper were sitting in a parked car outside of a mall when gunmen opened fire, killing 21-year-old Luis Carlos Santiago Orozco and severely injuring his 18-year-old colleague. The killers fled, but the operation was indicative of a drug cartel settling a score. The cartel's target was the newspaper the victims worked for because, unlike some other media agencies in the city, their newspaper had still been reporting on drug war-related crimes. However, this was the second killing of one of its journalists in 2 years, which led the newspaper to respond with a front-page editorial addressing the cartels. In it, they directly asked them what they should be publishing to avoid further death, injury, and intimidation of its staff. This is how a zone of silence begins, where reporting is no longer independent but controlled by those with power, like drug lords, corrupt officials, businessmen, and politicians. A zone where people cannot access information freely because journalists feel too threatened to report the news. Crimes against journalists are not just limited to a handful of countries. They occur anywhere where the powerful and corrupt want to hide the truth. That means in almost every country, attacks against journalists are committed, including harassment, intimidation, arbitrary imprisonment, kidnappings, violent attacks, and murder. Since 1993, 1,438 journalists have been killed, But the more shocking fact is that for every 10 cases of journalists murdered, only 1 ends in successful prosecution of the perpetrators. These killings include those dying while reporting armed conflict, but the majority are killed in countries without armed conflict, where journalists are uncovering local stories that some would prefer hidden. In many cases, those involved in these crimes are powerful enough to obstruct investigations and justice, but in other cases, impunity comes from bottlenecks within the justice system itself. In some countries, it's due to justice systems lacking human and financial resources. In others, it's due to corruption and a lack of transparency. While in some cases, it's a lack of knowledge of good practices to investigate these crimes. This often results in the killing of a journalist just being considered a common crime that has no connection to their profession. These shortcomings in justice systems lead to cases taking many years to resolve, if at all. They represent a breakdown in security and the rule of law, which furthers the cycle of violence against journalists. And where does this lead? To the expansion of global zones of silence. Zones where only powerful people decide the news you hear. Zones which violate our freedom of expression and our collective right as a society to access information. So, how do we solve this? The way forward starts with acknowledging the complexity of these crimes and considering them as crimes against freedom of expression, not just individuals. Central to solving this issue are judicial actors, those responsible for investigating and prosecuting these crimes. Collective knowledge of how to break the cycle of impunity is required to solve the issue, and efforts are currently being made to address this. UNESCO, for instance, is offering global online training aiming to increase the understanding of international freedom of expression standards among judicial actors and law enforcement agencies. Support is being offered to journalists for their legal battles against attacks to silence them. And investigative journalist networks are working to resolve the crimes against their fellow journalists while uncovering the stories that the perpetrators attempted to hide. But this is just a start. The solution still requires the collective efforts of member states, United Nations agencies, civil society organizations, regional human rights courts, and all judicial actors. So, if you're an actor in the judicial system, you can learn from successful prosecutions of crimes against journalists in other parts of the world and use these teachings to pursue cases in your own country. Because the best way to protect our journalists, to protect our collective rights, is not to give up on these cases, but to bring the perpetrators to justice. As always, the solution begins with awareness of the problem. So, by sharing this message, even if you feel that you're not directly involved, you are contributing to a global effort to end crimes against journalists and protecting freedom of expression and information.
As we look at the background, after checking the stats, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed 2nd November as the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists in General Assembly Resolution 68 by 163. The resolution urged member states to implement defined measures countering to present culture of impunity. The date was chosen in commemoration of the assassination of 2 French journalists in Mali on 2nd November 2013, which has been seen in the video also. This landmark resolution condemns all attacks and violence against journalists and media workers. It also urges member states to do their utmost to prevent violence against journalists and media workers to ensure accountability, bring to justice perpetrators of crimes against journalists and media workers, and to ensure that victims have access to appropriate remedies. It further calls upon states to promote a safe and enabling environment for journalists to perform their work independently without any undue interference. Let's watch a short video. On Global Trends Report 2021 and 22.
When you're covering humanitarian crises, journalistic information is often a matter of life and death.
Between 2010 and 2019, close to 900 journalists were killed because they're journalists.
Around the world, the COVID pandemic gave an excuse to crack down on press freedom.
Journalism doesn't have the revenues that it needs to do the kind of serious journalism, investigative reporting that is necessary.
Lies, laced with anger and hate, spread faster and further than facts.
Y reportes como el reporte de UNESCO ponen la lupa en el lugar que corresponde. Muestran que lo que puede parecer normal en una sociedad que no protege la libertad de expresión, en realidad no es normal.
We can be optimistic about the future of journalism because more and more people are realizing how important it is.
So aiming to create a free and safe environment for journalists and media workers, thus strengthening peace, democracy, and sustainable development worldwide, the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity addresses the fundamental aspects of prevention, protection, and prosecution. The plan is calling for a coalition-based and holistic approach to its implementation. It includes 6 areas: raising awareness, standard setting and policy making, monitoring and reporting, capacity building, and research. According to UN Plan of Action, UN cooperates with governments, media houses, professional associations, NGOs, and other stakeholders to end impunity. So let's look into each of these aspects in the UN Plan of Action. The first one being raising awareness. One of the main ambitions of the UN Plan of Action is to sensitize the public as well as the key stakeholders and partners on the societal importance of independent and professional journalism UNESCO, in association with member states and other UN agencies, organize international days such as World Press Freedom Day on May 3rd and the International Day to End Impunity for the Crimes Against Journalists on November 2nd. These serve as tools for discussion, analysis, and development of both international and local initiatives related to freedom of press and safety of journalists and issues of impunity. And when looking at the standard setting and policy making, the growing recognition at regional and national levels of the importance of ensuring the safety of journalists need to be structured by a general framework, which can serve as a reference to define mechanisms tasked to take steps to protect the right to freedom of expression. A fundamental aspect of the UN Plan of Action is the establishment of global standards upon which the regional national policies can draw inspiration from. At least 50 countries have created or strengthened national safety mechanisms for the protection of prevention against and prosecution of attacks against journalists based on resolutions by United Nations. Many of these mechanisms see success thanks to their multi-stakeholder nature, bringing together government representatives, civil society, law enforcement actors, and media organizers. Looking at the monitoring and reporting on the state of press freedom and safety of journalists worldwide are crucial elements to ensure positive and sustainable change. They also make it possible to further investigate specific issues such as attacks on journalists or even their murders by establishing precise criteria such as nationality, gender, type of employment status. The databases make it possible to determine the degree of danger to journalists in a country. This being one of the core areas of the UN Plan of Action, the UN have developed since 1993 various databases to monitor the state of press freedom, both internationally and nationally. Some of them, such as the UNESCO Observatory on the Killed Journalist, initiated in 2018, provide specific details such as documents from member states on the status of judicial proceedings, which allows to insights into levels of impunities per country. And when coming to capacity building, in addition to guiding international, national, and local policies, the UN Plan of Action seeks to have an impact on the ground through capacity building trainings for local actors, including journalists, security forces, and the judiciary. These efforts also involve assisting national governments in developing and enacting legal frameworks favorable to freedom of expression and freedom of information. To fulfill this goal, UNESCO has signed Memorandum of Understanding with the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the Economic Community of West Africans, ECOWS in short, Court of Justice, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and the Ibero-American Judicial Summit. Such initiatives, among others, have strengthened policies related to freedom of expression, access to information, safety of journalists, and ending impunity for crimes committed against them. And looking at the research, effective and substantial change on the issues related to safety on journalists need to be investigated in depth to identify concrete solutions and proposals. The current digital era in particular creates new opportunities for media workers, but also challenges journalism by introducing new dangers for media professionals, especially women journalists. Women journalists are victims of new forms of attacks and defamation, such as online harassment, cyber stalking, rape threats, trolling, or hacking. These aggressions are often more vicious and involve sexual or sexist language. On these issues and more, the UN Plan of Action commits to the area of academic research. For instance, UNESCO has been organizing since 2016 an annual academic conference on the safety of journalists to actively promote further research in this area. And coming to coalition building, creating a safe environment for journalists involves many layers of action. The multifaceted challenges cannot be tackled individually. Thus, the UN joined forces with media, NGOs, academia, and governments to develop the UN Plan of Action on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. This coalition-based mechanism requires the exchange of information to encourage dialogue between different stakeholders and complementary between their actions. It is coordinated both by global level coalitions such as Coalition on the Safety of Journalists, CSO, and regional and sub-regional coalitions such as African Inter-Regional Forum held at the UN Economic Commission of Africa. Nowadays, the UN Plan of Action is implemented in more than 30 countries. So with this, we shall end the commemoration of International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. And then we will move on to next commemoration. So World Tsunami Awareness Day, which is celebrated or commemorated every year on 5th November, that was yesterday. A tsunami is a series of enormous waves created by underwater disturbances, usually associated with earthquakes occurring below or near the oceans. Tsunamis have no seasons. They can happen anytime and anywhere. So this is a day to create awareness with the theme, Get to High Ground. Tsunamis can be deadly, but they needn't be. Early warning and early action are effective tools to protect people, saving lives and preventing the hazard from becoming a disaster. To be effective, tsunami early warning systems must cover every at-risk person. They must be multi-hazard and communities must be prepared so that they can act quickly. In December 2015, the UN General Assembly designated 5th November as World Tsunami Awareness Day, calling on countries, international bodies, and civil societies to raise tsunami awareness and share innovative approaches to risk education. So World Tsunami Awareness Day was the brainchild of Japan, which due to its repeated bitter experience has over the years built up major expertise in the areas such as tsunami early warning, public action, and building back better after a disaster to reduce future impacts. UN Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, facilitates the observance of World Tsunami Awareness Day in collaboration with the rest of United Nations systems. Tsunamis are rare events, but they are the deadliest and costliest among all hazards. The 2011 Tohoku earthquake in Japan cost more than $235 billion and was the costliest disaster in the world history. Over 700 million people in the low-lying coastal areas and small island developing states exposed to extreme sea level events, including tsunamis. Over the past 2 decades, tsunamis have accounted for almost 10% of economic losses from the disasters, setting back developmental gains, especially in countries that border the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Tsunamis are rare events, as already mentioned, and they are the deadliest. In the past 100 years, 58 of them have claimed more than 260,000 lives, or an average of 4,600 per disaster, surpassing any other natural hazard. The highest number of deaths in the period that was Indian Ocean tsunami of December 2004. It caused an estimated 221,000 fatalities in 14 countries, with Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India, and Thailand hardest hit. Just 3 weeks after the international community came together in Kobe, in Japan's Hogo region, governments adopted the 10-year Hogo framework for action, the first comprehensive global agreement on disaster risk reduction. They also created an Indian Ocean tsunami warning and mitigation system, which boosts scores of seismographic and sea level monitoring stations and disseminates alerts to national tsunami information centers. So what are tsunamis? As already mentioned in short, the word tsunami comprises the Japanese words su, meaning harbor, and nami means wave. A tsunami is a series of enormous waves created by an underwater disturbance, usually associated with earthquakes occurring below or near the ocean. Volcanic eruptions, submarine landslides, and coastal rockfalls can also generate a tsunami, as can a large asteroid impacting the ocean. They originate from a vertical movement of the seafloor within the consequent displacement of water mass. Tsunami waves often look like walls of water and can attack the shoreline and be dangerous for hours, with waves coming every 5 to 60 minutes. The first wave may not be the largest, and often it is the second, third, fourth, or even later waves that are biggest. After one wave inundates or floods inland, it recedes seaward, often as far as a person can see. So seafloor is exposed. The next wave then rushes ashore within minutes and carries with it many floating debris that were destroyed by previous waves. So what causes tsunami? Earthquakes. It can be generated by movements along the fault zones associated with plate boundaries. Most strong earthquakes occur in the subduction zones, where an ocean plate slides over a continental plate or another younger ocean plate. All earthquakes do not cause tsunamis. There are 4 conditions necessary for an earthquake to cause a tsunami. The earthquake must occur beneath the ocean or cause material to slide into the ocean. The earthquake must be strong, at least magnitude of 6.5 on the Richter scale. And the earthquake must rupture the earth's surface, and it must occur at shallow, deep, less than 70 kilometers below the surface of the earth. The earthquake must cause vertical movement of the sea floor up to several meters. So apart from that, landslides. A landslide which occurs along the coastline can force large mountains of water into the sea, disturbing the water and generate a tsunami. Underwater landslides can also result in tsunamis when the material loosened by the landslide moves violently, pushing the water in front of it. Volcano eruptions, although relatively infrequent, violent volcanic eruptions also represent impulsive disturbances which can displace a great volume of water and generate extremely destructive tsunami waves in the immediate source area. One of the largest and most destructive tsunamis ever recorded was generated in August 26, 1883, after the explosion and collapse of the volcano of Krakatoa in Krakatoa, Indonesia. This explosion generated waves that reached 135 feet and destroyed coastal towns and villages along the Sunda Strait in both the islands of Java and Sumatra, killing 36,417 people. Extraterrestrial collisions. Tsunami caused by extraterrestrial collision, that is, asteroids, meteors, are an extremely rare occurrence. Although no meteor or asteroid-induced tsunamis have been recorded in the recent history, scientists realize that if these celestial bodies should strike the ocean, a large volume of water would undoubtedly be displaced to cause a tsunami. So let's say watch a short video on tsunami.
The entire mountain swells, which means that the outer slopes get steeper. There are probably a succession of small earthquakes and then maybe a big earthquake that shakes loose this very steep western flank of the volcano.
Almost 1,500 cubic kilometers of earth and rock plummet into the sea. On impact, the land displaces a massive amount of water. The ocean rushes back to fill the giant gap. From this cataclysmic disturbance emerges the tsunami, heading directly for Honolulu. Estimated time to impact, 30 minutes.
This is the direction that a big tsunami would come from the Big Island.
The wave first becomes visible as it stands and breaks on a shallow bank, 40 kilometers southeast of Honolulu.
You'd see the sea rear up in front of you. It would be huge. It would rise up above you the size of a building, the size of a 10-story building.
Surging inland at up to 70 kilometers per hour, the tsunami slams Honolulu. Because the tsunami's energy stretches down to the ocean floor, this wave is not clean water. It's filled with sand, coral, and rock. Water penetrates 16 kilometers inland before being sucked back out to sea in a lethal maelstrom of wreckage. It annihilates nearly everyone and everything in its path.
Working hand in hand with the 2030 agenda, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030 is a roadmap for how we make our communities safer and more resilient to disasters. At the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR brings governments, partners, and communities together to reduce disaster risk and losses to ensure a safer and sustainable future. Annual average number of deaths by disaster type as per UNDRR is from the source CRED 2021. Total 37,942 earthquakes and 10,442 storms and 8,648 extreme temperature events and 5,185 floods and 2,146 extreme events like droughts, volcanic activity, wildfire, landslide, and mass movement of dry has occurred, and it has created average number of deaths by disaster type from 2001 to 2020. And UNDRR, along with GBR, a three-pillar of integrated drought system was brought out: preparedness, mitigation, and response, vulnerability and impact assessment, and monitoring and early warning systems. As per the Sendai Framework, 7 targets to achieve by 2030 for disaster risk reduction 2015 to 2030, substantially reduce global disaster mortality, number of affected people, economic loss in relation to GDP, damage to critical infrastructure and services disruption, number of countries with national and local DRR strategies by 2020, international cooperation to developing countries, availability and access to early warning systems and DRR information substantially to be increased. Annual average number of millions affected by the disaster type since 2001 till 2020, as per CRED 2021, 82% 82.7 millions affected by floods, 67.5 millions affected by droughts, 37.4 millions affected by storm, and 6.3 million affected by extreme events like extreme temperatures, volcanic activity, landslides, mass movements, and wildfires, and 6.2 millions by earthquakes. Disasters are not natural. Understanding disaster risk is hazard into exposure into vulnerability. And we have seen that nowadays, whatever disasters are, there are no natural disasters that are occurring. These are based on impact of human activities. So all such activities can be rightly termed as human-made disasters. Let's watch a short video on Information Day, International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, IDDRR in short, 2022 theme. And how long do you have to escape before a disaster strikes?
This year's International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction is all about Target G of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. It is about enhancing the accessibility to early warning systems and risk information to everybody. So let us advocate and communicate for an enhanced early warning, early action system in the whole of the world.
Let's watch how to detect next tsunami.
Tsunamis can be one of the deadliest and most devastating hazards. In the face of such devastation, early warning and early action remain our most effective tools for protecting people from tsunamis. So valuable was this knowledge that many indigenous coastal communities passed it down for generations through stories and songs. We now have the technology and means to ensure every coastal community is covered by a tsunami early warning system. Yet, gaps remain. First, early warning systems must cover every at-risk person, no matter how remote or what language they speak. Second, tsunami early warning systems should be multi-hazard because not all tsunamis are caused by earthquakes. Third, even when systems are in place, communities are sometimes not aware of the risks they face or how to respond to warnings. Communities must be prepared to take early action. On this World Tsunami Awareness Day, let us commit to closing these gaps by achieving Target G of the Sendai Framework to expand early warning and early action for everyone. No one should be left behind when a tsunami strikes.
When the tsunami happened in Samoa, we have done bits and pieces of training, for the whole community to know what to do when emergency happens, to ensure they move on the ground, quickly. And we have seen it when the tsunami happened. It was the women that were looking at taking the children out, the elderly, and trying to take them away from the vulnerable areas that most of our country have sited in. And it was important to hear a lot of their stories, even though most of the women were taken, after the aftermath of the tsunami. But most of the real good stories have eventuated, with the support of the women in their own household as well as the community, trying to move their elderly and people with disabilities away, because it's actually there, and we try to enhance this capability of our women to further help into the development of DRR in each and every community.
Tsunamis will continue to hit, not every day, but every decade we will have huge tsunami as we had lately. Tsunami awareness is important because for many countries in the Pacific, in the Asia Pacific, the tsunami zones are just near the communities, the coastlines. So in communities that are located in tsunami zone, people don't have time to wait for warnings. But nowadays, with the advance of technology, tsunami warning systems should be improved more and more with the improved communication systems. In many countries, they have broadband services, but we have to develop those systems to reach the last mile. They can be apps. I mean, the stakeholders for tsunami, the people that we want to save are out there in the community, in the remote islands. To reach them, communication systems, they have to be connected to be able to get the alerts. To get the alerts, we have to have the system in place. We can improve a lot in the warning systems, but the reaction of people is very important, and understanding on how to read the signs is very important. Tsunami awareness is out there to educate people to understand the signs, to educate people to react in times of tsunami warnings, in times of tsunami occurrence. So it's important for people to understand.
That's how this day, World Tsunami Awareness Day, contributes to bringing awareness and developing and promoting early warning systems. Now let's look at the next commemoration of the day, International Day for Preventing the Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict, which is commemorated on 6th November, that is today. Through humanity, though humanity has always counted its war casualties in terms of dead and wounded soldiers and civilians, destroyed cities and livelihoods, the environment has often remained the unpublicized victim of the war. Water wells have been polluted, crops torched, forests cut down, soils poisoned, and animals killed to gain military advantage. Furthermore, the United Nations Environment Programme, in short UNEP, has found that over last 60 years, at least 40% of all internal conflicts have been linked to the exploitation of natural resources, whether high-value resources such as timber, diamonds, gold, and oil, or scarce resources such as fertile land and water. Conflicts involving natural resources have also been found to be twice as likely to relapse. The United Nations attaches great importance to ensuring that action on the environment is part of the conflict prevention, peacekeeping, and peace-building strategies, because there can be no durable peace if the natural resources that sustain livelihoods and ecosystems are destroyed. On 5th November 2001, the UN General Assembly declared the 6th November of each year as an International Day for Preventing the Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict. On 27th May 2016, the United Nations Environment Assembly adopted Resolution 15, which recognized the role of healthy ecosystems and sustainably managed resources in reducing the risk of armed conflict, and reaffirmed its strong commitment to the fullest implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals listed in the General Assembly Resolution 70/1, entitled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So EU and UN partnership on land and natural resource conflicts, 6 United Nations agencies and departments, UNEP, UNDP, UN Habitat, PBSO, DPA, and DESA, coordinated by the UN Framework Team for Preventive Action, have partnered with the European Union, EU in short, to help countries identify, prevent, and transform tensions over natural resources as part of conflict prevention and peace-building programs. Global Research Program on Post-Conflict Peacebuilding and Natural Resources, the Environment Law Institute, ELI in short, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP in short, and the Universities of Tokyo and McGill initiated a global research program to collect lessons learned and good practices on managing natural resources during post-conflict peacebuilding. This 4-year research project has yielded more than 150 peer-reviewed case studies by over 230 scholars, practitioners, and decision makers from 55 countries. This represents the most significant collection to date of experiences, analyses, and lessons in the managing natural resources to support post-conflict peace building. UN Partnership on Women and Natural Resources in Peace Building Settings. The United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, the United Nations Entity for Gender Equity and Empowerment of Women, in short, UN Women, the United Nations Development Program, in short, UNDP, and United Nations Peace Building Support Office, PBSO, in short, have established a partnership to collaborate on improving understanding of the complex relationship between women and natural resources in conflict-affected settings and make the case for pursuing gender equality, women empowerment, and sustainable natural resource management together in support of peace building. The first outcome of the collaboration is a joint policy report released on 6 November 2013. So saving future generations from the scourge of war was the main motivation for creating the United Nations, whose founders lived through the devastation of 2 world wars. Since its creation, the UN has often been called upon to prevent disputes from escalating into the war or to help restore peace following the outbreak of armed conflict and to promote lasting peace in societies emerging from wars. The United Nations Environment Program is leading global environmental authority that sets the global environmental agenda, promotes the coherent implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development within the United Nations system, and serves as an authoritative advocate for the global environment. Let's watch a short video.
My name is Thomas Ritzer and I work in the Policy Planning Unit of DPPA. The Secretary General of the United Nations has called climate change the defining issue of our time. Almost every day we're confronted with its growing and increasingly pervasive effects. Wildfires in Australia, cyclones in the Indian Ocean, droughts in the Sahel, floods in South Asia, or rising sea levels in the Pacific. It is increasingly clear that climate change is not only an environmental challenge. People are profoundly affected as lives are lost, livelihoods destroyed, and communities displaced. In some circumstances, climate change can even disrupt peace and security. It is no coincidence that the countries most vulnerable to climate change are often also those most vulnerable to conflict and fragility. Climate change does not directly cause conflict, but it compounds existing risk factors. For instance, it can intensify competition over natural resources, drive up food prices, and increase geopolitical tensions. In DPPA, sustaining peace and preventing conflict are at the heart of our mission. As climate change increasingly becomes a threat to peace, we are developing strategies to prevent the worst consequences. We cannot do this alone. Therefore, we have teamed up with the UN Development Programme and the UN Environment Programme to create the Climate Security Mechanism. Together, we're working to advance research, conduct risk assessments, and support our colleagues around the world to develop innovative solutions ranging from climate-informed mediation to conflict-sensitive adaptation. At the center of all our efforts are the needs of affected communities, including women and youth. In collaboration with partners from across the UN system, member states, civil society and regional organizations, we are improving our collective capacity to understand and address the negative impacts of climate change on peace and security.
The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction was adopted on 18 March 2015 at the 3rd UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai, Japan. It was endorsed 3 months later by the UN General Assembly. The Sendai Framework is a call to action over the next 15 years to make the world a safer place and to reduce the risk of man-made and natural hazards. It is designed specifically to achieve the substantial reduction of disaster risk and losses in lives, livelihoods and health. Preventing new and emerging risk and reducing existing risk is essential to any substantial reduction in disaster losses. It has 4 main priorities. Priority 1. Understanding disaster risk is about ensuring that policies and practices for disaster risk management are based on a clear understanding of vulnerability and exposure to hazards. Priority 2. Strengthening disaster risk governance means having a clear strategy, strong institutions, laws and budget to ensure the efficient management of disaster risk. Priority 3. Investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience includes public and private investment in measures which will prevent and reduce losses. Priority 4. The importance of disaster preparedness and building back better after a disaster strikes. The Sendai Framework sets out 7 targets to measure progress in achieving a substantial reduction of disaster risk. Target 1. To substantially reduce global disaster mortality by 2030. Between 2005 and 2015, over 700,000 people around the world lost their lives from disasters. Target 2. To substantially reduce the number of affected people globally by 2030. In the last 10 years, over 1.4 million people were injured and 24 million have been made homeless. Target 3. Reduce direct disaster economic loss in relation to GDP. $1 invested in resilient infrastructure can save $7 or more in response and recovery costs. Target 4. Reduce damage to infrastructure and disruption to basic infrastructure. The Sendai Framework also sets targets for increasing the number of countries with disaster risk reduction strategies, increasing international cooperation to developing countries, and substantially increasing public access to early warning systems. The Sendai Framework is a critical part of the post-2015 development agenda. It supports the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the Climate Change Agreement. Everyone has a stake in disaster risk reduction. Each state has the primary responsibility, but all citizens need to be engaged and risk-informed. Together, we can all make a difference.
As the climate intensifies, adapting to its fallout is the key. As impacts accelerate, adapting to the climate change must become a global priority. Let's watch a short video on animal farming and methane, how we deal with methane. Lot of us and media emphasizes on promoting a lot of meat products, but do you know your lifestyle preferences and your food patterns affect an environment? Very much. Let's look into the details.
Methane. You've probably heard of it, but what is it and why is it important? Methane is a greenhouse gas mainly emitted from dump sites, oil and gas wells, coal mines, wetlands, and cow burps. What you may not know is that methane emissions are the second largest contributor to climate change, making up about 30% of the net warming impact of all greenhouse gases. In fact, when it comes to heating the planet, methane is over 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. While there are many natural sources of methane, about 60% of it comes from human activity. I know, it sounds bad, but hang on, there is a silver lining. While methane may be more harmful than other gases, it doesn't last so long in the atmosphere. Compared to CO2, which lingers for centuries, methane stays in the atmosphere for about 12 years. So reducing methane emissions can help reduce temperature increases in the short term, while we work on longer term climate solutions. And even better, most methane solutions don't cost that much and are within our reach. Methane is a byproduct of oil and gas and coal production. Leak detectors can be installed and damaged equipment can be repaired to contain methane. When it comes to waste, we should be composting all organic material to reduce emissions. Changing rice growing patterns, breeds of cattle and their diets can reduce emissions from the agricultural sector by 20% by 2030. And our diets are also important. Adding more plant-based foods can have a significant impact. The UNEP Emissions Gap Report shows that cutting methane emissions by 45% this decade can keep warming below the agreed threshold. But if we're going to limit warming, countries need to ramp up their methane reduction targets in their nationally determined contributions. In short, reducing methane is a low-hanging fruit in the race to tackle climate change.
Welcome to another episode of Uncommon Ground, a place where we discuss the big issues affecting the environment with the next generation of leaders and influencers. I am Juan Pablo Celis Garcia. Human-induced climate change is causing dangerous and widespread disruption in nature and affecting the lives of billions of people around the world. If we continue along our current path, scientists say that the consequences will be devastating, having implications on where we live, how we grow food, and other services vital to our well-being. So what are we going to do about it? To discuss, we're joined by Shanique Aspe, TV host from Mexico, and Mitzi Jonelle Tan, youth advocate for climate action from the Philippines.
Hi everyone.
Welcome. Let's establish our uncommon ground on climate change by finding out where we agree or disagree. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Climate change is one of the most important issues facing human existence. Agree? Disagree?
Agreed.
Okay. Without immediate action, climate change will radically change the way that we live.
Definitely agree. Yeah, agreed.
The easiest way to prevent climate change is to end the production of fossil fuels.
Disagree?
For me, I agree and disagree in some points.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, interesting. Why do you disagree, Shanique?
I disagree because fossil fuels still necessary for our daily lives. They keep our homes warm, they produce energy, electricity, and we don't have too many access for clean energy yet.
Mitzi, as an environmental activist, you often challenge the governments and the authorities to act on climate change. How can individuals influence governments and these industries in changing practices to reduce or to reverse the impacts of climate change?
So the government officials, they may seem like they're the ones in power, but they won't be there without the people. So it is their responsibility and their job to listen to us. So have dialogues with them, write them letters, write them petitions, especially in local governments. You can have your students, your youth, your people in your community come together to demand for concrete actions from your local governments. And for industries, it's all about making sure that they understand what we don't like about what they're doing and that they need to change these things.
Approximately 25% of global carbon emissions are coming from transport vehicles. Shanique, as a media personality, you're often required to travel. What can individuals do to reduce their carbon emissions?
Well, I believe the country you are living in has a big influence. For example, in Mexico City, distances are very, very far. So using a bicycle as a mode of transportation may not be the best solution for everyone. But with pandemic, video calls have become more popular and had a positive impact. For instance, 3 years ago, I could spend half of my day in traffic just for an interview. But now I can do 4 or 5 the same day while I'm at home. I also take English lessons, music lessons, maternity classes, everything online. So making video calls is great and effective in reducing carbon emissions.
Agriculture is also a major part of the climate problem and accounting for approximately 19 to 29% of the total greenhouse gas emission. Mitzi, what needs to be done to reduce this load on the environment?
In countries like the Philippines and a lot of global south countries, if you look at the way the agricultural system is, the farmers don't actually own the land. They don't get to say what is planted there. Who gets to say? It's large-scale multinational corporations planting produce and crops that aren't even there to feed people, but instead to profit off of. So we have to make sure that our agricultural systems, our food systems in general, are created sustainably so that people and food security and food sovereignty are prioritized and not the profit of these big multinational corporations.
Shanique, as a model and TV personality, fashion plays such an important role in the industry. And however, fast fashion is not sustainable. And research shows that extending the useful life of items and changing laundry practices could create the greatest reduction in climate impacts. What are some practical steps that industry can take to reduce its climate and environmental impact?
Well, more than giving advice to industry, I would like to share what I can do from my position. Recycling is the answer and my secret. I like to modify my clothes by literally cutting my blouses or dresses. I also like to change bottoms from a jacket to another. As I always say, we have a fashion designer inside all of us. Other option is buying from secondhand stores. And let me tell you something, you can find unique treasures.
These are all great points. What is clear to me is that there are many ways that we can all help to reduce the effects on climate change. Individuals can make small changes to reduce the amount of fossil fuels, less airplane and car trips, more walking or cycling. Collective action by joining local movements to lobby governments and industries to demand changes to policy and practices. These are just 3 easy steps, but you could find more ways to help the planet by visiting unep.org or follow the links in the description. I want to thank you, Shanique and Mitzi, for joining us to share your thoughts on climate change and ways to reduce carbon and greenhouse gas emissions.
That's how youth, especially the young adults, can play a great role in climate change and fighting the crisis. With this, we shall end the commemorations for the day. Then after this, we'll move on to today's workshop on cybersecurity and internet safety. Before that, quickly fill up the feedback form for this session. Dear friends, feedback form for session 2 has been raised. Quickly attend to the feedback form. We have 5 minutes for the feedback. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. We are going to end the feedback and move on to the next session. Now we'll be having a session on cybersecurity by Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, as he is advocate and also RTA resource person and assistant professor in computer science and engineering, Govind Vallabh Institute of Engineering and Technology from Uttarakhand. We welcome you, sir, for your presentation. We invite you to take over for your session on cybersecurity. You can minimize the feedback forms.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you for giving me the co-host access and opportunity for making this presentation. First one is cyber security. So it is a very important topic. I'm opening my presentation. I've made this shareable. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, I'm making it full screen now. Yes, it will. I'm sharing it again. I hope now it is clearly visible.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes, this is entitled Information Technology and Crimes. This is my presentation on cyber security, and we shall see some of the concepts related to this. First of all, are the slides moving? Yes, second slide is visible. First, we shall see different types of computer crimes. That is spam, fraud, obscene or offensive content, harassment, threats, drug trafficking, cyber terrorism, cyber warfare, some documented cases, and combating computer crime. I have prepared and delivered many presentations earlier on this subject, and I have taught this subject also, cyber cryptography and network security, 3 times to BTech students, 2 times to MCA students, 1 time to MTech students, and I have taught this subject myself at MTech level. Some of my videos are already there on YouTube, posted by different organizers. So here we shall focus on these contents. However, feel free to ask any questions related to cybersecurity in general. First, we see what is a computer crime. So computer crime refers to any crime that is also computer and a network. First, we see that crime, the definition changes from time to time as well as from country to country. So violation of criminal law is called an offense. If it is done with it involves a computer, the involvement may be of 2 types. So that we shall see in the classification. The computer may have been used in the commission of a crime, or it may be the target. That is, first is the use of computer as a tool to commit traditional offenses, and second is offense against the computer itself. That is, the computer is the target. That is, some data or something are stolen from computer, and computer itself is target. Now, net crime refers to the criminal exploitation of the internet. Now, Devarati Haldar and Dr. K. Jayashankar, in 2011, they defined cybercrimes as offenses that are committed against individuals or groups of individuals with a criminal motive, or to intentionally harm the reputation of the victim or cause physical or mental harm to the victim directly or indirectly using modern telecommunication networks such as internet, that is chat rooms, emails, notice boards, and groups, and mobile phones, that is SMS or MMS, short messaging service or multimedia messaging service. 3 types of injury are defined in the Indian Penal Code. Injury is to the person means human body, injury to property, injury to reputation. So all these types of offenses are possible with the help of computers and against computer, that is, computer itself is considered a property, and even it can be targeted. And it can be directly or indirectly. Modern telecommunication networks such as internet, that is chat rooms, emails, notice boards, and groups, and mobile phones. This is one of the definitions, and already this is 11 years old now. There are hundreds of types of crimes that can be committed. We shall just focus on a few dozen here. Such crimes may threaten a nation's security and financial health. So this is a national problem also. That's why we have CERT-in, that is Computer Emergency Response Team of India, and every country nowadays have its own CERT. We shall see that in the topic of cyber crime and cyber terrorism. Issues surrounding these types of crime have become high profile, particularly those surrounding cracking. Cracking means detecting a password of somebody, some person, some computer. It is called as cracking. It can be done manually, it can be done by guesswork, it can be done by computer program also. So there are programs that try all permutations and combinations and then they return the result as the password. So how to prepare such programs and how to prevent such programs. This is what we teach our students in cryptography and network security. In fact, this subject is such that knowledge of it can be used, misused, or abused, and therefore the study of cryptography and network security was banned for many years. It is still banned in 15 countries like Pakistan, Vietnam, Syria. This subject can't be taught. But in India, in USA, there was a case in 1999, the Supreme Court of USA, and the NSA opposed it, National Security Agency of the USA, but it lost in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of the USA allowed teaching of this subject. In India also, teaching of this subject is allowed, but this is a tool that can be used, misused, as well as abused. So we teach the students design and analysis of algorithms, that is how to design secure algorithms as well as how to crack them, how to analyze, how to create attacks. This is also taught to the students so that they become good security analysts. Copyright, because we have to consider why criminals do it and how criminals do it. Without that, you can't be a good security expert. So the aim of this presentation is not to frighten you, but to make aware that these things happen so that you become a good security analyst or security expert, or at least become a cautious citizen. Copyright infringement on internet, there is material that is copyrighted as well as material that is free, as well as material that is sold. All types of material are available. So whether you can copy freely or not, so it's an intellectual property. So IPRs are also involved. Child pornography, this is serious offense in most of the countries of the world, and child grooming, that is say exploiting child through say brainwashing or other techniques, establishing of contact through Facebook or other media. This is also there. We shall see in detail definitions of each of these. Technical definitions are also there, as well as we have IT Act also. We shall not go into the IT Act itself because that was another presentation. I have already done that, but law cannot be separated for crime. And to discuss the crime, we also have to consider the law, although both of these are antonyms. There is the criminal law is a crime. So there are also problems of privacy. Privacy is one of the definitions of confidentiality. There are, when we talk of security, we call it CIA triad. There is confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility. So confidentiality is related to privacy. There is also integrity, that is, there should not be any addition, deletion, or modification of the data. And there is also availability, that is, denial of service attack will be done so that the resources are with the person if the person is not able to use them. So these are the three basic things CIA tried around this entire concept of security. And there could be attacks on any one or more of these. So when confidential information is lost or intercepted, so when it is lost, it is prevented from sending, say, being received by the receiver. While in case of interception, the copy is there. That is, the copy is sent by the sender, it is received by the receiver, but there is an additional copy that is received, and this is a, we can say, passive or non-intrusive type of attack, lawfully or otherwise. So there are also different types of hackers, that is black hat, white hat, gray hat. So I'll tell you about that also. Black hat are those who do it with criminal intention. White hat are those who do it with the aim of analyzing the security and pointing out the flaws so that you can improve upon your security. And it is ethical. It is also called ethical hacking. And gray hat is something in between. There is, for example, a policeman hacking a hacker. Now the policeman, what he's doing is illegal, but it's not criminal because his intention is not to commit crime, but investigation of crime. And so he may do it. Now evidence may or may not be presentable, but hacking the hacker, it is something that is type of gray activity. So many policemen do that also. So that is called gray hat. So there are three types of hackers. Now cyber criminals. So an Australian nationwide survey conducted in 2006 found that 2 in 3 convicted cyber criminals were between the ages of 15 and 20. So this is a problem that is often found among the teenagers and first-time offenders. So that is because they want to show off their knowledge or prowess. Maybe sometimes they think that they would get a good job as security expert because of that. So they sometimes are not able to realize the legality or illegality of what they are doing. And sometimes they are not even aware of the law. Further, one need not be a good computer engineer or good mathematician or good programmer to commit that. Just simply download password cracker software and anybody can crack it. So these types of things are also available. Therefore, just a minute. Hello. Hello. Sorry, there was a phone call. Starting sharing again. Well, is my presentation visible again, sir? Okay.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
So internationally, both governmental and non-state actors engage in cyber crimes, including espionage, financial theft, and other cross-border crimes. Now, there are two types of attacks that are done. One by the state, means state in the sense of international law, that is a country, and non-state actors. So when it is between country and country, we call it as war. When it is between country and citizen, we call it as a terrorism. So there is a difference between cyber war and cyber terrorism. So there could be both governmental as well as non-state actors, including espionage, even commercial. The companies say do it for commercial espionage, financial theft, and other cross-border crimes. Because internet is international and it is not regulated by anybody. There are some say organizations like Internet Engineering Task Force that look after the technical or the engineering aspects of it. There are some international standards, so some academics are looked after by the IEEE, but nobody owns it, not even the United Nations. The ownership is such that small and big big network companies own significant parts of it. For example, you own your own computer, you own your own mobile, but there is connectivity, and internet service providers or the companies providing mobile or internet services own some parts of the network. So there are bigger and smaller companies that have the ownership. Now the cyber warfare. So activity crossing international borders and involving the interests of at least one nation state is sometimes referred to as cyber warfare. So when it is between country and country, then we term it as a war. The international legal system is attempting to hold actors accountable for their actions through the International Criminal Code. So there is ICJ, just as we have International Court of Justice, the body of United Nations. Similarly, we also have International Criminal Court. But how to get implemented the laws of this court, that is sometimes many times a problem, because in international law, enforcement is very difficult, even for the United Nations General Assembly as well as the Security Council, and the Interpol, of course, International Police. Cybercrime in the United States is estimated to cost $100 billion. Actually, for the old figure, and now it has significantly increased. Now the broad computer crime encompasses a broad range of activities. Generally, however, it may be divided into two categories. The broad classification is these two types: crimes that target computers directly, where computer is the target. Secondly, crimes facilitated by computer. These are generally the traditional crimes, and now they are facilitated, or they have, say, we can say they have improved or technologically improved. So, computer crimes facilitated by computer networks or devices, the primary target of which is independent of the computer network or device. Now, the crimes that target computer networks or devices. So, these include firstly the computer viruses, denial of service attacks, malware, malicious code. Viruses are also a type of malicious code. So, viruses are the programs. They are not defective programs. They are correctly running programs. But when they run, they harm or they perform some destructive action. That means it is different from debugging. Debugging is a programming activity, it is a part so which every program undergoes. So defects or mistakes in the program, that is bug. But virus is a term, although it is from biology, but virus here means it is a program that performs some destructive action. And there are some denial of service attacks. That means sending some spurious request to a server which is working. For example, lakhs of requests are suddenly received in few minutes, and the server becomes slow, and then it crashes. So that's why you have to these types of automated attacks can be launched, and that's why you have to prove that you are a human being. You might have seen that there is CAPTCHA, that's computer assisted. There is this Turing test is there to tell humans and computers apart. So that is called CAPTCHA, and this program in this you are given some characters and you have to type. You might have seen it on the banking website. So you have to prove again and again that you are a human. Why you have to prove that you are a human being? Because if you are a human being, you are supposed to be less dangerous than computers or automated programs, and you can't launch say denial of service attacks. So that's why you have to prove that you are a human being. It is one of the, say, we can say, security mechanisms against DOS attacks. Again, there are many different types of attacks. There is memory, but you are not your computer becomes suddenly very slow. You have the space, but you are not able to save the files, or it's a hard disk full. You send the print command, but the printer is not working. These types of things could happen. This is all called as denial of service attacks. These are the attacks on availability out of the CIA triad, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Then malware. Malware is of many different types. We shall see few of them. And one of them is virus. Crimes that use computer networks or devices. Now, this is one classification as we have seen. So crimes that use computer networks or devices to other ends include cyber stalking. That is following somebody. Stalking itself is a crime now under IPC. Because now 354A, 354B, 354C, 354D have been added after the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013. So stalking is now the 354B. It's an offense. Earlier it was not a separate offense. Now doing it on the internet is cyber stalking. It is defined in IT Act also. IT Act, Information Technology Act 2000. Then fraud and identity theft. So frauds are generally financial fraud, where some property is transferred, or say from bank accounts to other bank accounts. Identity theft, where something is hacked. Something could be either say your mobile number, your email address, or it could be say your IP address of your website, or maybe the name of your website, that is URL. Anything could be hacked, maybe your Aadhaar card number. And this is all called as identity theft. So identity can be stolen in many different ways. This is in 66C of the Information Technology Act. There is also information warfare. That is launching, say, false rumors, or maybe false information, or stealing the confidential information, or say military secrets of countries. So espionage, all this is called as information warfare. Then phishing scam. Phishing is creating a spurious website. Like there was an attack on Citibank. People thought that it is Citibank website, but it was another website which stole the login names as well as the passwords of many people. And people performed the transaction and they defrauded, and then that actually it's not Citibank, but it was some other website. So phishing is to create an artificial website that or like that looks like the original, and this is called as phishing scams. So now besides HTTP hypertext transfer protocol, we also have HTTPS, that is hypertext transfer protocol secure. So if it is yes, then it is considered to be secure. So some security mechanisms are also there. There are different types of security services, different types of service security mechanisms, and different types of security attacks. Some services are implemented through some mechanisms, and they provide say protection against some types of attacks. So the services mechanisms and attacks are the technical things that are taught to the computer engineers normally during their final year of BTech, computer science and engineering. Now spam. Spam is something that is unwanted. So we know that all say managers nowadays are very busy. There are so many different types of communications. We are not able to read our entire emails. We are not even able to see our all WhatsApp messages. We are not even there is so much information burden, because when you want to search for something, you come across many things that are unwanted. So spam or unsolicited sending of bulk email for commercial purposes is unlawful in some jurisdictions. In India, this is not a crime yet. But as per the Indian Telecommunication Bill 2022, sorry, on which I have held a presentation earlier, just last month. So according to that, this will become a criminal offense in India very soon. So at present, spamming is not an offense. It is not actually harmful, but it is useless because it wastes your time, and you have to say open, you have to see, maybe you have to read, and maybe generally it is useless, and ultimately you have to delete it. So it results into a lot of time wastage. And while dealing with when we want to do something urgent or even unwanted notifications, sometimes you might be feeling very much irritated by this unwanted notification, because you want to do something, and on your touchscreen something else appears and something else happens. So this is very irritating and frustrating. So this is all spam, and of course you have to learn about settings, what notifications you want. You can turn off something. So there are many things that you have to learn. That means the things are becoming from simple to more and more complex and complicated every day. While anti-spam laws are relatively new, limits on unsolicited electronic communications have existed for some time. So this is going to become an offense in India. Marketing people do a lot of things, and some aggressive marketers utilize this because this is what they are supposed to do: advertisements and pushing their products, say, in the market. So they are the people who generally resort to spam. And there is also adware. Adware is the software that is say advertisements. So you want to go somewhere else, but when you click, they take you to some other website. These are the things that happen, which are an irritant for everybody. Then there are frauds. Computer fraud is any dishonest misrepresentation of fact intended to get another to do or refrain from doing something which causes loss. So fraudulent activity. Here, computer fraud is defined as, firstly, there is a dishonest. Dishonesty is the main fear, that is guilty state of mind. Misrepresentation of fact, that means there could be some concealment or there is some misrepresentation of fact. It could be even be identity theft. It is intended to let another to do or refrain from doing. That is, it could be an act of commission, it could be an act of omission. Commission is to do something, omission is not to do something. So offense could be done in both the ways as per the Indian Penal Code. Doing something can be an offense, not doing something can also be an offense. So it can be an act of commission or act of omission, that is another to do or refrain from doing something which causes loss. Now it could be result into gain to other person, then there is a fraud. If it doesn't result into gain to anybody, then we call it a mischief. That is IPC 425 to 462. Mischief is, for example, burning the property of somebody. How is there somebody burns somebody's house or say factory? Now there is no use for the other person who is doing, but there is loss to others. So unlawful gain, unlawful loss, these things are there. So normally it causes loss, and sometimes normally when there is a loss, there is also gain to the another party in case of fraud. But same is not true in case of mischief. In case of mischief, there is a loss, but there is no gain to the opponent or the perpetrator or the criminal who does that act. Now, types of fraud. So fraud results in obtaining a benefit by altering in an unauthorized way. So when some type of alteration is done in unauthorized way, now that is a illegal activity, and then it will become criminal activity also. All illegal activities are not criminal. But if it is violation of, say, if it results into, say, some injury to another person, it is violation of criminal law, then that may become criminal. So illegal is different thing, criminal is different. All criminal activities are illegal, all illegal activities are not criminal. Illegal could be violation of civil law also. So we have to see whether it violates civil law or whether it violates the criminal law. So illegal and criminal are different words. Similarly, fraud, forgery, all these things are technically everything is different word. That's why in English we say no word is equal to no word. So this requires little technical expertise and is not an uncommon form of theft by employees altering the data before entering or entering false data, or by entering unauthorized instructions or using unauthorized processes. So this can be done by many different ways. Before entry, that is false logging, or entering false data, giving false data, or it could be entering unauthorized instructions. It could be unauthorized programs also, because the program is made of instructions, or using unauthorized processes, that is bypassing the security mechanisms. Altering, destroying, suppressing, or stealing output usually to conceal unauthorized transactions. This is difficult to detect. Now there are two types of, say, offenses or crimes, or rather we can say it is classification of attacks. Some attacks are easier to detect but difficult to prevent, and some attacks are easier to prevent but difficult to detect. So this is a type of attack that is say difficult to detect. So detection and prevention, these are two different things. Altering or deleting stored data. Now deleting or destroying data, that is also an offense under the IT Act of 2000. Altering or misusing existing system tools or software packages, or altering or writing code for fraudulent purposes. So when somebody alters or misuses existing tools or software packages, because now everybody has got access to some computer, software, hardware, printer, scanner, many different devices, mobile phones. These are all tools and software packages, and altering or writing code for fraudulent purposes. So that is also a type of fraud that can be performed. Another forms of fraud may be facilitated using computer systems. These include bank fraud. Another one is identity theft, that is identity fraud or impersonation. Impersonation is assuming the identity of someone for criminal purpose. That is, there should be some criminal intent. For example, we see there was a movie, I think, of the Banarsi Babu, where he had the hobby of getting user photograph. Sometimes that doctor, lawyer, judge, or the journalist. Now, he did it only for entertainment purpose. So whenever it is done in movie or drama, for example, Amitabh Bachchan becomes a policeman, that is not an offense, because the intention is not criminal. Intention is entertainment. But when somebody impersonates or steals identity of somebody, that is uniform, badge, letterhead, rubber stamp, signature, then it amounts to impersonation. That way, there is some say criminal intent. So it can be done by stealing many different things. That is stealing Aadhaar card, stealing credit card, PIN number, password, debit card. All these are types of different varieties of identity theft. Again, I'm telling again, my aim is not to frighten you. You just have to be aware that, because security is that we can say it is a state of mind, just like happiness is a state of mind. So if you think you are happy, you are. Similarly, security is also a state of mind. So security is your level of preparedness, because anything could happen anytime. And when you want to be a good security expert, or at least when you want to become protect yourself, even for that you can't afford to be careless. So you should be aware that it is international environment and anything could happen to your device anytime. It is said that you are secure only in two ways. First is when you are disconnected from the internet. Second, when your computer is shut down. So actually, that is just a joke. You can't remain away from internet. We can't even say shut down our computers or mobile, because we need them. We are so much addicted. We are so much dependent on these things, and therefore the only thing is you have to become say cautious. And that's why security is a state of mind. You can't stop going to the street because there could be road accident. You have to go out but you have to protect yourself from street accident. So security is a state of mind, and you have to take adequate security measures. Extortion. So extortion is there now. There is even ransomware, that is they encrypt the password on your computer, and they send you messages that if you want to decrypt your data, then you deposit so and so money. Normally they ask in the time of, in the form of bitcoins. So you deposit this money in so and so account. Otherwise, you will lose your data. So this extortion has now become cyber extortion, and there is software for that that is called as ransomware. The theft of classified information. This is an attack on confidentiality. That means I have already told about the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So when some information is classified means it is top secret, private, public, personal. There is different types of classification is there. That's why it is called as classified information. So normally, when we talk about classified, we say something which is confidential. That is something which is supposed to be between sender and receiver only. In say spying, they call it as, or in international say relations, they call it for your eyes only. For your eyes only means you are not supposed to divulge it to anybody else. There is also a movie with that name, For Your Eyes Only. So that means classified information. A variety of internet scams target direct to consumers. So there are a lot of internet scams, and they are directed towards the consumers. Now we come to obscene or offensive content. That is pornography and child pornography. The content of websites and other electronic communications will be distasteful, obscene, or offensive for a variety of reasons. In some instances, these communications will be illegal. So we are all aware of this. That is sending obscene messages, sending obscene say audios or videos, particularly to females. So that is an offense even on social media. In India, under IT Act, it is an offense. Many jurisdictions place limits on certain speech and ban racist, blasphemous, politically subversive, libelous, or slanderous, seditious, or inflammatory material that tends to incite hate crimes. So now again, this obscene content is different. Offensive is different. Offensive content could be either racist, that is based on human races, black, white, etc. It could be blasphemous. Okay, where so what we call in Hindi Ish Ninda, that is saying something against the prophet or gods of some religion. This is blasphemy. Politically subversive. That means say because there are political preferences and affiliations of every person. So something that is attacking the other political beliefs. Then libelous or slanderous. Libel is something that is written. Slander is something that is spoken. That is, it could be either written or it could be orally. This is called as libel or slander. That is something that is defamatory. This is called as libel and slander. So generally, this is a civil wrong, and there is a remedy in the law of torts. In defamation, it is a tort as well as it's a crime. So it's an offense that is IPC 499 and 500. That is defamation. So defamation, there is civil as well as criminal defamation. Both types of remedies are available. If you want that, you should be given so and so much money because somebody has defamed you. That is civil defamation. If you want that other person should go to jail, then that is criminal defamation. So both the remedies are available. That is civil as well as criminal. Seditious, that is say IPC 121 to 130. There is complete chapter on sedition, something against the country. Deshtroha in Hindi we call it, or inflammatory material that tends to incite hate crimes. That is say between different classes, different castes, different communities, different religions. This is all the inflammatory material that say incites hate crimes. Now we come to internet pornography. The extent to which these communications are unlawful varies greatly between countries and even within nations. Now this definition say varies because say it varies from this is applicable to the law crimes in general. There is social definition as well as legal definition. Social definitions are based on say sociology, dependent on say customs of some countries and their religions, and say there are some definitions that are legal definitions. I'll give examples of both. For example, in India we had Sati Pratha. Sati is forcibly burning a bride after death of her husband. it was considered a very good religious practice as well as social custom. But now there are this prohibition of Sati Act of 1911 and then 1987. Lord Bentinck had prohibited that in 1911. Now that became, say, a crime in India. So dowry, another example. Dowry was something that parents give to some bride because she did not have the share in property, and so at the time of marriage they gave whatever they wanted to give. Now that was voluntary, but when it is demanded through coercive means, then that became an offense. And then we have Dowry Prohibition Act 1961. So dowry, which was a social custom, that became a crime. Similarly, say homosexuality. Now that is not an offense in England, but in India it was an offense earlier under this 377. Now it is partially decriminalized. That is, if it is between consenting adults, it is not an offense. So definition of crime varies from country to country as well as from time to time. It is a sensitive area in which the courts can become involved in arbitrating between groups with strong beliefs. So on internet, even the implementation is very different. There are technical means also for that. There are also, say, parenting software through which parents can monitor what their children are seeing, and there are such mechanisms available in mobile phones as well as computers. But parents need to learn about it, and they should be aware that these things exist, so that say these things are not accessible to, say, young children. One area of internet pornography that has been the target of the strongest efforts at curtailment is child pornography. This is severely punishable. Even just if you type child pornography in search engine, that is a criminal offense, and the security agencies could be behind you. So even searching, storing them on hard disk, if somebody has that stored on your child pornography on your hard disk or mobile or computer, immediately deleted. It's a severe crime in most of the countries of the world, including India. So child pornography is strictly banned. That is where a child is shown as in Obscene Act. The definition is given in IT Act of India. The harassment. So whereas content may be offensive in a non-specific way, harassment directs obscenities and derogatory comments at specific individuals, focusing, for example, on gender, race, religion, nationality, sexual orientation. So this is different types of harassment. What we call as trolling nowadays. That means people are trolling, say, particularly the celebrities, or dislike, or say making offensive comments. All these different types of harassment. Earlier it was just say eve teasing. Now this could be against any gender. It could be even against celebrities. So this is harassment. This often occurs in chat rooms, through news group, and by sending hate email to interested parties. This includes cyber bullying, cyber stalking, hate crime, online predator, and stalking. So different names are given to different types of offenses here. Any comment that may be found derogatory or offensive is considered harassment. So it may be criminal, it may not be criminal, but if it is found derogatory or insulting or offensive, then that is harassment. So people do like this. Even on Facebook, you would see that you say want to like something, and people are writing their short forms like MCBC, that is abusive words. So this is all this is harassment. Then enhanced sentence for child grooming. So let's see now what is child grooming. There are instances where committing a crime which involves the use of a computer can lead to an enhanced sentence. For example, in the case of the United States versus Lee Scott Kramer, Kramer was served an enhanced sentence according to the US Sentencing Guidelines Manual 2G under 2G 1.3 B3 for his use of a cell phone to persuade, induce, entice, coerce, or facilitate the travel of the minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. This is definition of child grooming. That is to persuade, induce, entice, coerce, or facilitate the travel of the minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. This is child grooming. So if somebody does that, it is just we can say similar to child pornography. Child is that is where a child is shown engaging in sexual act among against another with another child or against or with say adult. That is child pornography. So there is enhanced sentence for child grooming, as well as there is enhanced sentence for repeat offences. So this is also say prohibited in India also. Now harassment versus cyberbullying. So harassment as defined in the computer statutes is typically distinct from cyberbullying In that, the former usually relates to a person who use a computer or computer network communicate obscene, vulgar, profane, lewd, lascivious, or indecent language, or make any suggestion or proposal of any an obscene nature, or threaten any illegal or immoral act, while the latter did not involve anything of a sexual nature. So making these types of comments, this is also say this is harassment. So it could be any of this. That is, and of course, it is done with the use of technology, that is computer or computer network, to communicate obscene, vulgar, profane, lewd, lascivious, or indecent language, or make any suggestion or proposal of an obscene nature, or threaten any illegal or immoral act. So if it is illegal or immoral, then that amounts to cyberbullying. That means there is no sexual content in that. Then that is cyberbullying. Then it may not be, say, harassment. So harassment is different here from cyberbullying. Now we come to threats. So although freedom of speech is protected by law in most democratic societies, that does not include all types of speech. In fact, spoken or written true threat, that is speech or text, is criminalized because of intent to harm or intimidate. That also applies for online or any type of network related threats and written text or speech. So we already have under IPC criminal intimidation, that is 506 IPC. The US Supreme Court definition of true threat is statements where the speaker means to communicate serious expression of an intent to commit an act of unlawful violence to a particular individual or group. So this is threat, and even this can be now done using the computers or networks. Then drug trafficking. Drug traffickers are increasingly taking advantage of the internet to sell their illegal substances through encrypted email and other internet technology. Some drug traffickers arrange deals at internet cafes, use courier. It's 3 p.m. Use courier websites to track illegal packages of pills and swap recipes for amphetamines in restricted access chat rooms. Now, you might have heard about the dark web and deep web. That means things that are on the internet but that are not available through search engines, because you can't search everything using search engines. So without search engines also something exists on the internet. How that can be done? So well, that is technical aspect. We shall not go into that. But there are things and people directly contact and they are connected to internet, but they are not available in search engines. So that is called deep web and dark web. We can compare internet to tip of an iceberg, where only few things are visible say on the surface, that is through your search engine, but there could be many things that are not known to you, and through that this arms trade, drug trade, pornography trade, and many illegal activities say go on, maybe using bitcoins, cryptocurrencies, hawala, the international financial transactions. These things go on, and for that there is a deep web as well as dark. So I will not go into technical aspects of it here. Now, internet drug trades. The rise in internet drug trades could also be attributed to the lack of face-to-face communication. So these virtual exchanges allow more intimidated individuals to more comfortably purchase illegal drugs. That means they assure they also preserve your anonymity. So the sketchy effects that are often associated with drug trades are severely minimized, and the filtering process that comes with physical interaction fades away. So this is the internet drug trade, that is from traditional channels. This has come to the internet along with e-commerce. Now, cyber terrorism. Terrorism is by state, a non-state actor against, say, state. For example, we know that when there is, say, infiltration from Pakistan, so Pakistani people simply disown it. They say that it is, it does not belong to our country, because if it is country versus country, then that becomes a war. Terrorism is citizen against country. So it is a terrorism. That is the difference between war and terrorism, or cyber war and cyber terrorism. Now, government officials and information technology security specialists have documented significant increase in internet problems and server scans since early 2001. There is a growing concern among US federal officials that such intrusions are part of an organized effort by cyber terrorists, foreign intelligence services, other groups to map potential security holes in critical systems. That means they also, in fact, the NSA, National Security Agency of the USA, itself maps or this security threats as well as the security risk, because they have to identify the risk also and to guard their their own security. So they continuously do this technical as well as research work. A cyber terrorist is someone who intimidates or coerces a government or organization to advance his or her political or social objectives while launching computer-based attack against computers, network, and the information stored on them. So this is cyber terrorism. This is also a criminal offense in under IT Act in India. Cyber terrorism in general can be defined as an act of terrorism committed through the use of cyberspace or computer resources, as defined by Parker in 1983. A simple propaganda in the internet that there will be bomb attacks during the holidays can be considered cyber terrorism. So simply just a propaganda that there is a bomb, maybe in train or maybe in airplane. This is cyber terrorism again. There are hacking activities directed towards individuals, families, organized by groups within networks, tending to cause fear among people, demonstrate power, collecting information relevant for the ruining people's lives, robberies, blackmailing, etc. These are the purposes why people commit this cyber terrorism. That is causing fear among people, demonstrate power, collecting information relevant for ruining people's lives, robberies, and blackmailing. Then cyber extortion. So there is a ransomware for this. Cyber extortion is a form of cyber terrorism in which a website, email server, or computer system is subjected to repeated denial of service. I have already told what is denial of service. That means the resources are there, computer resources, network resources, internet connectivity, but you are not able to access them. That is denial of service attack. It could be distributed. That means you don't know from where the attack is coming. That is called a distributed denial of service. It's more difficult to detect such type of attacks. So distributed, this is called DOS or DDoS attacks, or other attacks by malicious hackers who demand money in return for promising to stop the attacks. What we call a ransom or the protection money. That if you do, then we shall return your data, or just like they do in case of say kidnapping. So from say kidnapping or abduction, now it has come to the kidnapping and abduction already. These are offenses. IPC 341, 342, offense against human body. Now there is cyber extortion. That is the kidnap or say encrypt your data. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation of USA, cyber extortionists are increasingly attacking corporate websites and networks, crippling their ability to operate and demanding payments to restore their service. More than 20 cases are reported each month to the FBI, and many go unreported in order to keep the victim's name out of the public domain. Perpetrators typically use a distributed denial of service attack. Again, there is older data. Now it has significantly increased. I have not gone into those details, latest statistics, but this just gives elementary idea about what different types of attacks are possible. Then US Department of Defense. Actually, internet was created by US Department of Defense in 1967. The idea was that if there is Third World War, the communication amongst people should not break down. And that was the purpose why the internet was initially formed in 1967. And we have seen that in many emergencies also. Now earlier it was restricted to scientific and research domain, then it came to commercial domain, and defense applications are of course there. So this internet was created by the US Department of Defense in 1967. They had just connected 4 computers in a mesh network ABCD, so that if any one of the connections break down, still the communication goes on. So that was the basic idea, that if there is Third World War, the communication among the people of the world should not break down, and that's why the internet was created. The US Department of Defense notes that cyberspace has emerged as a national level concern through several recent events of geostrategic significance. Among these are included the attack on Estonia's infrastructure in 2007, allegedly by Russian hackers. In August 2008, Russia again allegedly conducted cyber attacks, this time in a coordinated and synchronized kinetic and non-kinetic campaign against the country of Georgia. Fearing that such attacks will become the norm in future warfare among nation states, the concept of cyberspace operations impacts and will be adapted by war-fighting military commanders in the future. Then let us see some of the documented cases. In June 2012, LinkedIn and eHarmony had been attacked, compromising 65 million passwords. 30,000 passwords were cracked, and 1.5 million eHarmony passwords were posted online. Posting online is again, of course, very dangerous, because then anybody can download, anybody can launch attack anywhere. So such type of anarchy could be created on the internet. Again, my aim is not to make you afraid, but so that you are aware of these things, so that you can at least become security conscious. We do this to our students so that they become good security experts. In December 2012, Wells Fargo website experienced a denial of service attack, potentially compromising 70 million customers and 8.5 million active users. Other banks thought to be compromised: Bank of America, JP Morgan, US Bank, and PNC Financial Services. Third case, in January 2012, Zappos.com experienced a security breach after as many as 24 million customers' credit card numbers, personal information, billing, and shipping addresses had been compromised. Fourth is, one of the highest profiling banking computer crime occurred during a course of 3 years, beginning in 1970. The chief teller at the Park Avenue branch of New York's Union Dime Savings Bank embezzled over $1.5 million from hundreds of accounts. Imagine, it was just the beginning of internet. The internet began in 1967, and this happened 1970. Now, fifth one, hacking group called MOD, Masters of Deception, allegedly stole passwords and technical data from Pacific Bell, NIDEX, and other telephone companies, as well as several big credit agencies at 2 major universities. The damage caused was extensive. One company, Southwestern Bell, suffered losses of $370,000 alone. In 1993, a 19-year-old UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles, student used his PC, personal computer, to break into a Defense Department international communication system. That means a student broke down this, break into a Defense Department website, also unauthorizedly, international communication system. Between 1995 and 98, the News Corp satellite pay-to-view encrypted Sky TV service was hacked several times during an ongoing technological arms race between a pan-European hacking group and News Corp. The original motivation of the hackers was to watch Star Trek reruns in Germany, which was something which News Corp did not have the copyright to allow. So since they did not have copyright, so they did it illegally. On 26 March 1999, Melissa worm. Worm is something that spreads over the internet. So this Melissa worm infected a document on a victim's computer, then automatically sent that document and copy of the virus via email to other people. There was Code Red Worm in 2002. So it had halted 90% of the internet traffic, and the entire internet the world over was slowed down in 2002. That was Code Red Worm. So worm is something that crawls over the internet through network communication, and it goes on slowing down the things. That Code Red was brought under control by shutting down several computer ports. Ports are the software or hardware through which the data enters or exits your computer. That is called a port. In February 2000, an individual going by the alias of Mafia Boy began a series of denial of service attacks against high-profile websites including Yahoo, Amazon.com, Dell Incorporated, E-Trade, eBay, and CNN. About 50 computers at Stanford University and also computers at the University of California at Santa Barbara were amongst the zombie computers sending pings in DDoS attacks. So this was the distributed denial of service attacks. On 3 August 2000, ping is a signal by which we know whether the data is coming and whether it is returning to our computer or not. So whether there is connectivity for testing that there is ping command or ping program. This is called pinging. On 3rd August 2000, Canadian federal prosecutors charged Mafia Boy with 54 counts of illegal access to computers plus a total of 10 counts of mischief to data for his attacks. That means he had committed these 64 crimes. The Russian business network RBN was registered as an internet site in 2006. Initially, much of its activity was legitimate, but apparently the founders soon discovered that it was more profitable to host illegitimate activities and started hiring its services to criminals. The RBN has been described by VeriSign as the baddest of the bad. VeriSign is for financial services like Visa and for a credit card. So it is also one of the what we can say certifying authorities. It offers web hosting services and internet access to all kinds of criminal and objectionable activities, with an individual activities earning up to $150 million in 1 year. It specializes in, and in some cases, monopolize personal identity theft for resale. That is personal identity, and they were sold that anybody could buy identity of anybody and import of it. It is the originator of Impact and an alleged operator of the now distinct Storm botnet. On 2nd March 2010, Spanish investigators arrested pre-infection of over 13 million computers around the world. So, in this, they have arrested, and there were 13 million computers were infected. The botnet. What is short form of robo? Robo is, say, we can say automated or humanoid. If it looks like human being, then the robo is called, say, humanoid in robotics. So just like there is a robo in mechanical engineering and computer engineering, it is an automated program that is called bot, and the network of that is the botnet. So the botnet of infected computers included PCs inside more than half of the Fortune 100, 1000 companies and more than 40 major banks, according to investigators. I'll give an example of what is, for example, Wikipedia. Wikipedia can be edited by anybody, but if you delete it, that means if you delete a page, automatically it comes back, because there are bots that are detecting activities, what you are, and tracking what you are doing on Wikipedia. So these are the automated programs that, because there could be thousands or lakhs of people who are simultaneously editing. So they know whether you are adding, whether you are deleting. Even deleting is not wrong, but if you delete an entire page, they would detect that. So there, before that, there should be discussion, there should be proper login. So it can be edited without login, with login. Different things are there. So it is one type of, say, bot, we can say. So botnet of infected companies included PCs inside more than half of the Fortune 1000 companies and more than 40 major banks, according to investigators. Another case, in August 2010, International Investigation Operation Delego, operating under the aegis of the Department of Homeland Security, shut down the International Pedophile Dream Board. So this was an international pedophile that is doing sex with children. The website had approximately 600 members and may have distributed up to 123 terabytes of child pornography, roughly equivalent to 16,000 DVDs. To date, this is the single largest US prosecution of an international child pornography ring. 52 arrests were made worldwide. Then we come to another case. On March 1, 2011, at Lassiter High School, 2 students were accused of impersonation of a staff member via cybercrime, but both claimed they were uninvolved. The offense was made a felony in the Cobb County School District 2 months after the impersonation had happened. Shortly afterwards, the head of the LHS social board said the teacher just couldn't do this at all. The case ended on May 9 and no evidence was found. Then another case, on April 23, 2013, Associated Press Twitter account was hacked to release a tweet about fictional attacks in the White House that left President Obama injured. Actually, he was not injured and there was no such attack. But this erroneous tweet resulted in a brief plunge of 130 points from the Dow Jones Industrial Average. See how it affected the stock markets. Removal of $136 billion from Standard & Poor's 500 index and the temporary suspension of their Twitter account. The Dow Jones later restored its session gain. But this was, see what can happen to the stock market just because of a rumor on the social media. Now, combating computer crimes. So, computer can be a source of evidence, even when a computer is not directly used for criminal purposes, may contain records of value to criminal investigators. So, we also teach our final year students regarding how to preserve evidence, what to do when they are summoned under, say, Section 45 of the Indian Evidence Act, how to offer expert evidence, etc. So, these things we teach to our students when we teach them about this security. And investigation, that is forensic evidence, collecting evidence and presenting it before the courts. That is forensic science. Now, software piracy, computer forensics, it's called. Now, Indian hardware buyers think software comes free with hardware as programs come free with FM radio set. So this was the early problem because there are two movements on the internet. The movement is that everything is free, everything should be free because everything is for the benefit of humanity. So there is nothing like intellectual property rights. Another line of thinking is that nothing is free and you have to pay for everything. So there should be copyright, trademark, patent, etc. Different types of intellectual property. So 7 types of IPR are there. Maybe I will say have some session on that some other day. So this what is said by Advocate Prashant Mali, President of the Cyberlaw Consulting. Software piracy is defined as unauthorized copying and use of software without proper unauthorized license. what we call as cracks or illegal cracks. So these are available, and even now the engineering students and many people say, mostly the computer students do this without realizing the risk as well as the illegality in that. Similarly, simultaneous use of single user license software by multiple users. That is, if it is single user and it is used by more people, again it is infringement of license. Or loading of a single user license software at multiple sites also amounts to software piracy. It is offense under Copyright Act in India. By buying software, one only becomes a licensed user and not an owner. So one can make copies of the program only for backup purposes. That means there should not be commercial gain. If you are doing something, say for single copy or study or research, it may not be an offense. But if you are creating 10,000 copies, that I will say make some harm to say the Microsoft or some company by making unauthorized or selling unauthorized copy and making commercial gain out of this, then that could be criminal offense. So one can make copies of the program only for backup purposes, but it is against the law to give copies to friends and colleagues or sell such copies to others. It is not possible to completely eliminate software piracy, but the same can be controlled by enforcing the laws and generating awareness in the society. Any copyright infringement is the unauthorized use of copyrighted material in a manner that violates one of the copyright owner's exclusive rights, such as the right to reproduce or to make derivative works that build upon it. For electronic and audio visual media, such unauthorized reproduction and distribution of a copyrighted work is often referred to as piracy. However, there is no legal basis for the term piracy. Piracy is actually hijacking a sea ship. That was what piracy was the original word. It originated from that, but now it has come into computer domain, and what we use call it as software piracy. The society doesn't really treat software piracy like other kinds of theft, and nothing is physically taken up because it doesn't remove the original copy, but it is actually violation of intellectual property rights. There is no immediate effect on the inventory or productive capacity of the programmer. Only copies of the disk or other storage medium. Now even copies of movies and many things are there. Even many things are hosted on YouTube officially or unofficially, legally or illegally. So they have got their own complaints mechanism, and even they take down sometimes the things that are hosted. So only copies of the disk or other storage medium are made, and the legal owner is still in possession of the software. That means it can't be called actually theft. So with digital technology, perfect copies of the original can be made in no time, and sometimes you can't even detect which is original and which is copied. That means if somebody alleges, you can counter allege that he has actually copied from. So it is very difficult to technically prove this, that there is something called watermarking and other technologies that are there that we teach to engineering students, computer engineering students. Most often, the actual cost of creating goods is determined by the production cost of individual item. Because there should be encouragement to the creator, and that's why we have these intellectual property rights, that is trademark, patent, and say copyright. However, with software, the reverse is true. The cost of producing copies is negligible compared to the cost of constructing the original, because for that you have computer, you have to pay salary to programmers, you have to get the software created, and that costs something. But creating simply copy and using it is almost free. Hence, it becomes very easy and all the more attractive to make copies of unauthorized software. Software piracy is punishable under Section 120B, read with 420, 468, 471 of IPC, under Section 63, 63B of Copyright Act 1957, under Section 66, 85 of Information Technology Amendment Act 2008, under Section 32, read with 131D of Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. We shall see this act today, maybe after some break. And under Section 132 of Customs Act, and substantive offences thereof can be made out against the suspects. 13(1)D section is not there because that has been removed, that has been amended in the 2018 amendment to the Prevention of Corruption Act. The relevance of the above mentioned sections has to be decided based on the verification. Now we come to hacking and phishing. So we think of a computer and storage media as being incredibly fast and sophisticated, but as it does more, it actually becomes less secure. And we use computer because it is very fast, and because of that, these things happen. So Prashant Mali, quotation is attributed to Prashant Mali, President, Cyber Law Consulting. So hacking and phishing are there. Phishing is actually creating a website. It could be phishing that is cloning a SIM. It could be phishing of your email address. It could be phishing of your mobile phone number. It could be phishing of, say, your website. It could be phishing of your IP address, Internet Protocol address. That is a unique number of your website. Peter Scotch, a consultant for the leading software company in California, said, "We have been using email for years and it's been insecure all that time. If you have any hacker who is competent and targets you, he is going to expose you." So these are the dangers because of the online data. The hacking case, not long after then, Governor Sarah Palin of Alaska was named the Republican nominee for vice president of USA in 2008. Someone hacked into her personal Yahoo email account. See, it could even happen to this candidate for the governor or presidential candidates in USA. Services such as yourhackers.com are still active with names such as piratehackers.com and hackmail.net. They boast of having little trouble hacking into such email systems as AOL, America Online, Yahoo, Gmail, Facebook, Hotmail, etc. Even these have been hacked. Legal poisons. So hacking is punishable under Section 43A, treated with Section 66 of the Information Technology Act 2000. If any person without permission of the owner or any other person with in charge of a computer system or computer network accesses or secures access to such computer system or computer network. So this is technical definition of hacking. Legal definition. Whoever commits hacking shall be punished with imprisonment up to 3 years or with fine, which may extend to 5 lakh rupees or with both. So this is the punishment in India. Now defamation. So Section 499 of Indian Penal Code provides that whoever by words either spoken or intended to be read or by signs or by visible representations makes or publishes any imputation concerning any person intending to harm or knowing or having reason to believe that such imputation will harm the reputation of such person is said, except in the cases hereinafter accepted, to defame that person. This is the definition. And then what is not defamation? So 10 exceptions are given under 499. And the punishment is given in 500. So the police filed the FIR. Actually, it is not an FIR, but a complaint. They are non-cognizable offense. So under 500, the complaint is filed. Now the legal provision. So Section 66A, this has been actually scrapped by the Supreme Court of India in 2018. So it envisaged imprisonment up to 3 years and with fine for sending offensive messages, communication service, etc. Now this is not valid in India. So 66A is declared unconstitutional in 2018. Defamation is a serious issue. It's a tort, it's a crime. There are civil and criminal remedies for it. So it is a serious issue that is trying to pop its head that defamers are using more advanced techniques to defame strong personalities online. So internet and social media can also be used for this. To track such activities is because everybody is a journalist now. Everybody can post anything to the larger world, to any community, any group. To track such activities is getting quite difficult. Emails and Facebook profiles are the key targets these days. Even Facebook profile hacking, we are already aware of these things. Pornography. The Information Technology Act 2000, Chapter 11, Section 67, clearly considers online pornography as a punishable and non-bailable offense. The Indian Penal Code 1860, Section 293 also specifies in clear terms the law against sale, etc. of obscene objects to minors. So traditional law was also there. It is still there in IPC 293. Child pornography. So IT Amendment Act 2008 in Section 67B has made now child pornography a serious offense. It is illegal to not only create and transmit child pornography in any electronic form, but even to browse it. I already told you, even if you type this in search engine, it's a criminal offense. So you can't search for child pornography on the internet. The punishment for a first offense of publishing, creating, exchanging, downloading, or browsing any electronic depiction of children in obscene or indecent or sexually explicit manner. This is the definition of child pornography as given in the law. Depiction of children in obscene or indecent or sexually explicit manner can attract up to 7 years of imprisonment and a fine up to rupees 10 lakh. So it's a cognizable offense in India. Action against child pornography. So with cyber defamation and pornography on the rise, lead needs to be taken in taming the further intentions of the defamer and illegal porn shooter. Steps should be taken to restrict and penalize him by tracing it and filing a police complaint or court case. Now we also have cybercrime.gov.in, so anybody can file online complaint. Give you your details. E-commerce issues. So e-commerce site development, it's advertising, electronic transaction, money transaction, and such involve many legal issues which need to be taken into account step by step. So we are developing an e-commerce site, a registered domain and a registered trademark should be established. There must be some copyright protection on the site because earlier the domain names, so anybody could say do something. For example, when this younger engineers came to understand the importance of this, so they created this, like say www.hamarabajaj.com, assuming that Bajaj is a reputed business house, would give them some money and then we shall sell this domain like Hamara Bajaj to them, like that. So many computer engineers also did this during the early days. The business must ensure that it displays the terms and condition policies within its site. So now there is some protection also, and this is related to actually e-commerce issue. Security involving the privacy of user data is one of the main concerns while doing business online. You might have read that there is privacy policy statement on most of the websites as well as in software. Defining rules, and there is no separate law in India for that, but bill, that is Personal Data Protection Bill 2019 is already there, which was withdrawn this year in August, and I have already made a detailed presentation on that earlier in this series, about 1 or 2 months before. Defining rules and regulations for the advertisement of the site by placing banners on other known sites is another concern. The colonization of cyberspace is both technology and opportunity driven. It is driven by technology as well as by the opportunity. Internet technology is at the same time both a threat as well as a solution. So you can use, abuse, or misuse it. It is just like a knife. So with that you can commit murder. With that you can cut vegetables. If you are a surgeon, you can even save the life of somebody. Because on the one hand, it challenges existing legal and regulatory infrastructure, and yet offers the solution to many of these threats, including security, integrity, and authenticity. It is of great value when integrity means there is no addition, deletion, or modification of the data. That is called as integrity of data. It is of great value when dealing with such complex issues to consult a cyber law specialist who specializes in the issues of cyberspace. The litigation, a controversy before a court or a lawsuit, is commonly termed referred to as litigation. If it is not settled by agreement between the parties, it would eventually be heard and decided by judge or jury in a court. Jury is the people who are sitting in the court. That is called jury. Litigation is one way that there is no jury system in India now. Litigation is one way that people, and earlier there was jury system also. That is the judge or the public who are present in the court what to do about a particular case or particular offense. That was jury system. Now in India, everything is decided by the judge, not by the jury. Litigation is one way that people and companies resolve disputes arising out of an infinite variety of factual circumstances. And the facts and circumstances of all the cases are different, and there is an infinite variety of that. Therefore, litigation is solved by the courts. The term litigation is sometimes to distinguish lawsuits from alternate dispute resolution. ADRS, what we call in LLB, methods such as arbitration. There is arbitration, mediation, conciliation. These are the alternate dispute resolution. Lok Adalat, in which a private arbitrator would make the decision, or mediation. This is a type of structured meeting with the parties and an independent third party who works to help them fashion an agreement among themselves, who is called as arbitrator or mediator or maybe conciliator. So there is Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996 in India for that. A lawsuit may involve dispute resolution of private law issues between individuals, business entities, or non-profit organizations. A lawsuit may also enable the government to be treated as if it were a private party in a civil case, as plaintiff or defendant. So one who files a civil case in civil court is called a plaintiff. One who against whom the case is filed is called a defendant. So plaintiff or defendant regarding an injury, or may provide the government with a civil cause of action to enforce certain laws, seeks a legal or equitable remedy, prevent legal disputes. And data theft. Data theft is the illegal access, that is reading, editing, or copying of data without the data owner's authorization. In other words, if a company's server has been accessed by a hacker, it is a case of data theft, and reading the mails of your colleague would also amount to the same in the eyes of the law. So this is traditional, that is reading the mails of your colleague. It is actually also data theft. Now it is irrelevant, it is manual data theft. It is irrelevant whether you use the data for immediate letter or not. So what you do with that data, that is another thing. But theft itself is a theft. What counts is that the data that is not yours has been accessed. That is, it is a violation of confidentiality. It's an attack on confidentiality without prior permission of its authorized user, who may also be its creator. The damage caused by data theft can be considerable. With today's ability to transmit very large files via email, web pages, USB, that's universal serial bus, that is what we call as pen drives, CD, DVD, Blu-ray storage, optical media storage, and other handheld devices. Removable media devices are getting smaller with increased hand-driven capacity, and activities such as word slurping are becoming more and more common. It is now possible to store 1 terabyte of data. Now we are even having 4 terabyte hard disk on a device that will fit in an employee's pocket. Data that could contribute to the downfall of a business. Some types of data theft are there. Thumb sucking. Thumb sucking is stealing something through pen drive. Pen drive is called thumb in slang language. Thumb sucking is the intentional or unintentional use of a portable USB mass storage device such as a USB flash drive or thumb drive to illicitly download confidential data from network environment endpoint. The threat of thumb sucking has been amplified for a number of reasons, including the following: size of USB devices has reduced, storage capacity of portable USB storage devices has increased. Now there are pen drives of even 32 GB, 64 GB gigabytes. The cost of high capacity portable USB storage devices has decreased. Data theft over networks. So networks have now there could even be data theft over the Wi-Fi. That is another type of threat. So networks have grown more dispersed. The number of remote network access points has increased, and methods of network connection has expanded, increasing the number of vectors for network infiltration. Phishing. Phishing involves sending email messages that seem to come from trustworthy sources, such as banking entities, but attempt to harvest confidential user data. In order to do so, they usually include a link that, if accessed, takes the user to a fake website. For example, now there are links from Coca-Cola, Cadbury. They would give free chocolates. Why anybody should give you free chocolates? So you should not click on such links. By doing this, users believe they are interacting with a trustworthy website, enter the information requested, which finally ends up in the hands of the fraudster. There is a huge range of software and programs that are classified as belonging to the category of personal or financial information theft. Some of them are quite complex, such as the use of the JavaScript floating over the address bar of the web browser with the aim of confusing users. Such types of things or irritants are also there. And if you click, then you fall into trap of that. Blue snarfing. So Bluetooth devices. This is another type of technique. Bluetooth devices, it operates only within range of 10 to 100 meters, have become popular in very short while. Using his or her Bluetooth-enabled cell phone or laptop, the data thief lifts data from a restricted computer in silence and mostly unnoticed. That means there could be a person who comes in your office and there could be Bluetooth, and if your Bluetooth is on, then he may do the peering and steal your data and go away without your knowledge. That is possible. So other types of data theft can be hacking, poaching, remote access, etc. So even remotely, we can access somebody's computer and operate something on that computer. We normally that is done for troubleshooting, and sometimes we do that technically. It could be unauthorized, then it becomes an offense. Trademark. So trademark is a graphical representation that is used to distinguish the goods and services of one party from those of others. Trademark can be a letter, number, word, phrase, logo, graphic, shape, smell, sound, or combination of these things. So legal provisions for trademarks are registration of trademarks in India governed by Trademarks Act 1999, Trademark Rules 2002, with amendments thereof. Trademark Act and Trademark Rules seek to provide for the registration of trademarks related to goods and services in India. The rights granted under the Act are operative in the whole of India. So these are some of the points. So I have touched upon some of the fields. I would be glad to answer any questions from you. Actually, I have degrees and specializations in all these three fields: computer science and engineering, LLB, as well as MA in criminology and criminal justice administration. So if there are any questions related to law, crimes, or technology, I would be glad to answer those.
Very well presented, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You have insights into various aspects. Participants, if you have any queries, unmute yourselves or feel free to share in the chat box or through oral feedback. If there are no queries, then we shall move on to next session.
Sir, I think I would have a break and there would be another speaker and then I would take another one on prevention of corruption at 1998 today. That would be better. Okay, so there could be say a session by another speaker and then that way I would have some break and then I would again make another presentation.
Okay.
Will that be fine, sir?
Yeah, actually, we thought of closing early. I will do commemoration of Central Vigilance Week. And
Okay.
you can continue.
Yes, after that commemoration, I will start with this prevention of corruption. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So that I will have at least some break. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
So, dear friends, quickly fill the feedback form for session 3.
The form is not displayed. I think it was results of session 1.
Okay. Now you can close that, sir, and you can see the new one. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 3. Feedback form is raised in the form of polls. There is no separate link. It is in the Zoom platform only. You can access from the options. You can select polls. In that, you can see active poll. Dear friends, quickly fill up the form. We have 5 minutes for the feedback form. Then we will move on to our next session. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 3. Now we will be moving on to Central Vigilance Week commemoration. So welcome back. We are moving to our next session on Central Vigilance Awareness Week. Before that, let's look at Central Vigilance Commission. The Central Vigilance Commission was initially set up through resolution number 24/7/64, AVD dated 11th February 1964 of Government of India on the recommendations of the Committee of Prevention of Corruption formed under chairmanship of Sri K. Santanam. So Central Vigilance Commission was set up with the aim to exercise superintendence over vigilance administration of the organizations in the respect of which executive powers of the Government of India is extended. It was conceptualized as an apex integrity institution having complete independence and autonomy in its functions. Central Vigilance Commission has been mandated to advise the authorities concerned in respect of an act of improper conduct or corrupt practices, along with the review and modification of procedures and guidelines which may afford scope for corrupt practices. In September 1997, the central government constituted an independent review committee to suggest measures for strengthening anti-corruption activities. The review committee suggested that statutory status should be given to the Central Vigilance Commission, and subsequently, the Supreme Court of India void its order dated 18th December 1997 in criminal writ petition number 340-343/93 in the case of Vinit Narayan and others versus Union of India and others, commonly known as Jain Hawala case, gave directions to the Government of India to confer statutory status upon the Central Vigilance Commission. In order to comply with the directions of the Supreme Court, the following ordinances were promulgated giving statutory status to the Central Vigilance Commission. The Central Vigilance Commission Ordinance 1998, Order 15 of 1998, dated 25/8/1998, and the Central Vigilance Commission Amendment Ordinance 1998, Order 18 of 1998, dated 27/10/1998, and the Central Vigilance Commission Ordinance 1998, Order 4 of 1999, dated 8/1/1999. So later on, the CVC bill was passed by both houses of parliament in 2003 and received the assent of President on 11/9/2003. The CVC Act of 2003, 45 of 2003 came into effect from that date, and Central Vigilance Commission consists of a Central Vigilance Commissioner as chairperson and not more than 2 Vigilance Commissioners as members. So during the hearing of writ petition number 539/2003 relating to the murder case of Sri Satyendra Dubey, the Supreme Court decided that a suitable machinery should be put in place for acting on complaints from whistleblowers. In accordance with the Supreme Court's directions, Government of India issued Public Interest Disclosure and Protection of Informers PIDPI resolution number 371/12/2002 ABD 3 dated 21/4/2004, authorizing the Central Vigilance Commission as designated agency to receive writ complaints from whistleblowers on the allegation of any corruption or misuse of the office by any employee of the central government or any corporation established under by any central act, government companies, societies, or local authorities owned or controlled by the central government. So this is the background of Central Vigilance Commission. With the mission, vision, and the mission, vision to ensure a common and effective approach with the aim to eliminate corrupt and unethical practices in public administration and to bring about transparency, fair play, objectivity, accountability, and responsiveness to the aspirations of the citizen from administration. With the mission CVC to promote effective vigilance administration through the following tools: preventive vigilance, to ensure the scope for indulging in corrupt, unethical practices is eliminated or reduced to the minimum extent possible. Punitive vigilance, creating of an credible deterrence against corrupt practices through prompt enforcement of anti-corruption laws, rules, and regulations. And participative vigilance, raising awareness to inculcate ethical values and reduce society tolerance towards corruption through outreach activities and sensitization. So with this participative vigilance, raising awareness to inculcate ethical values and reduce society's tolerance towards corruption through various outreach activities and sensitization, the Central Vigilance Week, Awareness Week, is organized over the week and is observed by all the states, central and public organizations across the nation. So further details, maybe we can, our Virendra Kumar ji might be covering. If not, I will take it up after if it is not covered. And as per the preventive vigilance awareness initiatives, this Central Vigilance Commission has called upon commemoration of Vigilance Awareness Week in all the institutions, organizations, and departments across the nation. The Central Vigilance Commission is observing Vigilance Awareness Week, VAW in short, from 31st October to 6th November with the theme Corruption-Free India for a Developed Nation. Corruption poses a serious threat to the development of the nation as it hinders both economic and social growth of the country. Corruption in administration, public procurement, and public service delivery leads to rise in cost of goods and services, which adversely affects the lives of ordinary citizens. While the corrupt government employees are identified and punished, preventive vigilance is an area of focused attention of Central Vigilance Commission. As part of preventive vigilance measures, Commission has been encouraging government organizations to identify areas susceptible to corrupt practices and to put in place remedial measures to address the vulnerabilities in their systems and procedures. In addition, Commission has also been encouraging use of information technology as a part of prevalence vigilance strategy, which has yielded good results. The Commission congratulates the entire editorial team who has worked diligently in preparing and publishing this booklet on preventive vigilance initiatives. Commission also compliments the organizations associated with these initiatives and calls upon all organizations to take benefit of these preventive measures suitably and also initiate additional preventive vigilance measures. As released from the message of Commission on preventive vigilance initiatives. It is a booklet of 144 pages released by the Commission on conducting and taking various initiatives, and also about the history of CVC and its preventive vigilance initiatives. Preventive vigilance has in recent years become the key thrust area of the Central Vigilance Commission as a means of combating corruption. Among others, the Commission has been encouraging organizations to bring about systematic improvements, leverage technology, and update procedures and guidelines on a continuous basis. It is heartening to note that most organizations have numerous such initiatives in the recent years. These initiatives have the potential to reduce corruption, increase transparency, and lead to more efficiency. With the view to share these initiatives and best practices with their various organizations, the Commission has been bringing out compilations consisting of some of the best and innovative measures taken by organizations. So such compilations have been brought out in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 2021. In continuation, a similar compilation listing out about 44 such initiatives is also being brought out this year on the occasion of Vigilance Awareness Week. So those who are looking for various initiatives that can address this corruption and an initiatives for preventive vigilance, you can go through these publications which will guide us to take up or initiate such practices even with our organizations. This includes all the sectors, namely automation of operations, banking, financial services, and insurance sector, human resource management, strengthening vigilance administration, transport and infrastructure management systems, and procurement and contract management. And in this, we have 44 case studies, case studies from 44 organizations where we can learn how these preventive vigilance initiatives have been taken and successfully implemented. So these are very good case studies. Maybe after our Virendra Kumarji concludes, if it is not covered, then we will take it up. Otherwise, I think this should be good enough. So with this, let's all, commemorate with along with the guidelines of the mission, vision and mission, and engage ourselves in the participative vigilance, raising awareness to inculcate ethical values and reducing society tolerance towards corruption through outreach activities and sensitization, and also report any such activities that is happening to the concerned authorities, to the Commission, and raise our voice against corruption. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration of Central Vigilance Week. And you may fill the feedback for this commemoration, and then we'll move on to next commemoration, next session by Virendra Kumarji on corruption. The next session would be the last session, hopefully. Keep filling the feedback form in the background. In the meanwhile, Virendra Kumarji, we invite you once again for your next session. You can unmute yourself and start your presentation if you are ready. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 4.
Sir, the feedback form disappeared suddenly because I think it was giving the result. Suddenly, another form came up that was giving the results of the previous feedback.
Actually,
maybe you might have to relaunch.
No, actually, host and co-host cannot fill the feedback.
Okay. That is the reason. Okay, then it's fine.
So once you are made a co-host, you will not.
Okay. Sure. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So may I start with
yes,
my presentation? Okay, sir. That's fine. Well, so I have started my video and I hope I am audible. It is a very interesting topic, Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. So I'll share my presentation first. This is a very short act, 31 sections originally, but there are about 31 amendments that are done. So it has drastically changed in 2018. Earlier, there was one committee, Arvind Kejriwal committee, that had suggested some changes. Lokayukta and Lokpal and Lokayukta Act of 2013, that is Act 1 of 2014, had made certain amendments to this act, and punishments for most of the corruption-related offences were increased based on that campaign of Anna Hazare and Arvind Kejriwal. Other members were also in that committee. One draft bill was there in 2013. Ultimately, there were many changes done. There is also a report of Law Commission of India for making amendments to this Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. This was originally passed in 1947. I'm just giving brief history of this. When the Britishers were leaving India, so at that time, they were afraid that after they leave, the Indian people would become more corrupt and corruption in India would increase. And therefore, they had passed two legislations. One of them was DSP Act, Delhi Special Police Establishment Act 1946, under which the CBI is established. CBI is not the official name, but through a notification of the Home Ministry of India on 1st April 1963, it was renamed as CBI, and thus the CBI came into existence. Of course, Prevention of Corruption Act can be implemented even by ordinary police, even by state police. So another act that the Britishers enacted at that time was Prevention of Corruption Act 1947. Now that 1947 Act is repealed by VP Singh government when VP Singh was the Prime Minister. So at that time, this new act came into being, that is Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. So some changes were suggested by Arvind Kejriwal and committee in 2013. Ultimately, some amendment was done in 2014, and most of these changes have been further changed in 2018. And what we are seeing, as you will see the structure of this act, almost a new act of 2018. So although it is called as Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, it is actually what we are seeing is the act amended up to 2018. And lastly, there was new amendment of this 2020, that is, it is made applicable to Jammu and Kashmir also. So let us see this. First, the structure of the act. It is a small act of 31 sections originally. Now, some sections have been taken away and some sections have been added, so the number differs. So, chapter 1 contains preliminary, short title, accident, and definitions. Then we have chapter 2. It includes power to appoint special judges. So there are special judges that try these offences. We shall see about that. Cases triable by special judges. So these are judges who deal with cases under Prevention of Corruption Act only. So these are called, that's why they are called special judges. Only one act. Procedure and powers of special judge and power to try summarily. So there is summary trial. So these are the 4 sections. Then we come to chapter 3. The sections I have highlighted in bold. So those which are bold are the new sections that are of 2018. So here we are discussing actually the act of as it existed in 2018 rather than the act of 1988. So after 30 years, the act is almost, we can say, completely changed. So these are the sections which have been changed. So there is 60% new act and only 40% of the old act that is remaining in this act now. So offense relating to public servants, servant being bribed, even the title is changed. So the older section 7 is substituted. 7A has been inserted. Taking undue advantage to influence public servant by corrupt or illegal means or by exercise of personal influence, that is section 7A. Then offense relating to bribing of a public servant, section 8. Again, this is a new substituted section. Offense relating to bribing a public servant by commercial organization. This is another new section. 10. Person in charge of commercial organization to be guilty of offense. Again, this is a new section, and the older section 10 has been omitted. Public servant obtaining undue advantage. So earlier the word was illegal gratification. So I will explain what it is, and we shall see this in detail when we see these sections one by one. So now that is replaced by this word undue advantage without consideration from person concerned in proceeding or business transacted by such public servant. Again, section 12 is new. So this is punishment for abatement of offences. Section 13 is criminal misconduct by a public servant. This is a new type of offence, new concept in criminal law. I will explain what is criminal misconduct when we see this section 13 and what is the presumption and how it is different as compared to the traditional criminal law. Then we come to punishment by for habitual offender or repeat offences. So this is again a new section of 2018 that we shall see. Punishment for attempt. This is an older section of 1988. Matters to be taken into consideration for fixing fine. This is again old section of 1988. We continue with chapter 4 further. So there is persons authorized to investigate. That is section 17. Another new section has been added. That is section 17A. That is inquiry or investigation of offences relatable to recommendations made or decision taken by public servant in discharge of official functions of or duties. Law and order in India is a state subject, but Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory now. So Parliament can legislate, regardless of there is actually no assembly in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh as yet. So some changes have been done. So these are the state amendments only relating to Jammu and Kashmir. So we shall see these these amendments also, because these have been done in 2020 and most of the people may not be aware of this. So establishment of Anti-Corruption Bureau or the Indian or for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, powers of attachment of property, appeal against the order of designated authority, issue of show cause notice before forfeiture of the property, appeal, order of forfeiture not to interfere with other punishments. The Constitution of India says that the forfeiture of property can be done only by an act enacted by the Parliament, and all the acts of Parliament were not automatically applicable to the say former state of Jammu and Kashmir until the assembly there ratified it. And because of that, most of the Indian laws were not applicable. They even they had their own prime minister. That designation was changed to chief minister by Indira Gandhi in 1971. Again, they did not even follow these orders of Supreme Court of India, but Supreme Court orders are applicable in Jammu and Kashmir. And now we have not yet been able to conduct elections there since 1947 so far, 1952 so far, even after establishment of the Election Commission of India in 1950, after the formation of Constitution. But the seats are reserved in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for Kashmir, that is in illegal possession of China as well as Pakistan. So for forfeiture of property, these are the state amendments, that is 6 sections that have been added to this. The power to inspect bankers' books as per the Bankers' Books Evidence Act 1891. This is older section of 1988. So these new sections have been inserted by the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Adaptation of Central Law Order 2020 notification number SO 1123 E extra, that is extraordinary gazette dated 18 March 2020. I'll tell you briefly what is adaptation of laws order. Adaptation of laws order is when there is some drastic changes, so or reconstitution of territories of something. So at that time, it should not lead to a position of say anarchy, and therefore there are adaptation of laws order. Some examples: ALO 1937, when the state governments were Indian but the central government was British. So after the government of India at 1935, there were 9 states of Indian, say 9 Indian states, and Congress government was there. So ALO 1937 was that. It stated that all the laws made by Britishers shall apply to India. For India, that is, laws made for India shall be applicable in India until the assemblies of these elected states change them. Similarly, when the Constitution came into force, again there was adaptation of Laws Order 1950. It says that all the laws made by British shall be applicable to India until the elected Parliament under the new Constitution creates or modifies them or repeals them. And similarly, when the reorganization of states are there, so for example, we have now this Uttar Pradesh reorganization at 2000. So all the laws of Uttar Pradesh are applicable to the state of Uttarakhand until say the Uttarakhand Assembly creates its own laws or modifies or repeals the old laws. Similar provisions are there in say Andhra Pradesh and Telangana also. So that is what ALO means. So this is adaptation of Central Laws Order 2020. So that there is no state of anarchy because of formation of new states. Now investigation and into cases under that, this is chapter 4. It is continued further. 18A, this was added. Provisions of Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944 to apply to attachment under this act. Previous sanction necessary for prosecution, section 19. 20 is presumption where public servant accepts any undue advantage. Again, this is substituted, completely new section of 2018. Accused person to be a competent witness. The Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, that is CRPC, to apply subject to certain notifications. Section 23 is particulars in a charge in relation to an offense under section 13(1)(a). Again, this has been renamed, renumbered because of that amendment of 2018. Statement by bribe giver not to subject him to prosecution. This has been omitted now. So this section was there before 2018. from 1988. Now it is not there. Then military, naval, and air force or other law not to be affected. Special judges appointed under Act 46 of 1952 to be special judges appointed under this Act. Then appeal and revision. Act to be in addition to any other law. Amendment of the Ordinance 38 of 1948, that is Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance. 29A, this is a new section that is added in 2018. That is now there is power to make rules. The repeal and saving. And 31 is omission of certain sections of Act 45 of 1860. That is amendment to Indian Penal Code. So earlier there were sections 161 to 165A in Indian Penal Code. They were repealed by this say Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. Now this section 31 itself has been repealed because these say changes have been incorporated into the main Indian Penal Code. So this is the interpretation, that is whatever has been done by that repeal, that is not undone as per the general clauses at 1897. Okay. So although this is there, this is just to clear the books of law, and that's why this section has been omitted, because whatever was the purpose that was achieved, and therefore it has already been incorporated into 1860, and there are no sections 161 to 165A in the Indian Penal Code now, because the new this Prevention of Corruption Act came into being in say 1988. Okay. So that is briefly the structure of this act. Now we start with this preamble. An act to consolidate and amend the law relating to the prevention of corruption and for matters connected therewith. So be it enacted by Parliament in the 39th year of the Republic of India as follows. Chapter 1 is, this act may be called the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. It extends to the whole of India. The words except the state of Jammu and Kashmir has been omitted by Act 34 of 2019, Section 95, and the 5th schedule, which is with effect from 31 October 2019, when this came into came into effect on Sardar Patel birth anniversary. And it applies also to all citizens of India outside India. Okay, so it is applicable to citizens living outside. Okay, that is persons of Indian origin, what we call them, or NRI, non-resident Indians also. Now definitions. So in this act, unless the context otherwise required, election means any election by whatever means held under any law for the purpose of selecting members of Parliament or of any legislature, local authority, or other public authority. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this act, and the expression prescribed shall be construed accordingly. Earlier this was not there, but now this rule making section has been added in 2018, and therefore this has also definition has also been added as AA. Then B is public duty, means a duty in the discharge of which the state, the public, or the community at large has an interest. This is defined as public duty. The explanation is, in this clause, state includes a corporation established by or under a central, provincial, or state act, or an authority or a body owned or controlled or aided by the government or a government company as defined in section 617 of the Companies Act 1956. This different definition is somewhat different from the definition of state as given in Article 12 of the Constitution, because here the companies are also included. This is just to for clarification and to remove the doubts. Otherwise, the word state could be was to be interpreted as per the Article 12 of under the Constitution of India. Okay. Now, public servant. This is a definition that is already given in Section 21 of the IPC, but the definition as given in PCA 1988 is wider than that given under IPC. The public servant here means any person who can be convicted under this act, that is a person against whom criminal action can be taken under IPC or PCA, that is defined as public servant under IPC or PCA respectively. So let us see who are the people who can be prosecuted under this act. That is the significance of this definition of public servant. So any person in the service or pay of the government or remunerated by the government by fees or commission for the performance of any public duty. Any person in the service or pay of a local authority, that is local bodies, that includes a Nagar Palika, Nagar Parishad, Mahanagar Palika, there's a Gram Panchayat, Kshetra Panchayat, Chila Panchayat, cantonment boards, all these are local authorities. Any person in the service or pay of a corporation established by or under a central, provincial, or state act, or an authority or a body owned or controlled or aided by the government or a government company as defined in section 617 of the Companies Act 1956. Now that is replaced by repealed by the new Companies Act of 2013. Any judge, including any person empowered by law to discharge, whether by himself or as a member of any body of persons, any adjudicatory function. If we compare this with section 21 of IPC, their judges were not included. Here, judges can be prosecuted under, judges can also be prosecuted under PCA. Any person authorized by a court of justice to perform any duty in connection with the administration of justice, including a liquidator, receiver, or commissioner appointed by such court, and any arbitrator or other person to whom any cause or matter has been referred for decision or report by a court of justice or by a competent court authority, and any person who holds an office by virtue of which is empowered to prepare, publish, any person who holds an office by virtue of which to perform any public duty, and any person who is the president, secretary, or other office bearer of a registered cooperative society engaged in agriculture, industry, trade, or banking, receiving or having received any financial aid from the central government or state government, or from any corporation established by or under a central, provincial, or state act, or any authority or body owned or controlled or aided by the government or a government company as defined in section 617 of the Companies Act 1956. So this definition is much wider as compared to definition of public servant under section 21 of the IPC. Any person who is a chairman, member, or employee of any service commission or board by whatever name called, or a member of any selection committee, that means it includes all the Union Public Service Commission as well as state public service commissions. Any selection committee appointed by such commission or board for the conduct of any examination or making any selection on behalf of such commission or board. Any person who is a vice chancellor or member of any governing body. Now, see, this is another addition. Vice chancellors of universities, even they can be prosecuted under PCA. Vice chancellor or member of any governing body, professor, reader, lecturer, or any other teacher or employee by whatever designation called, or any university, and any person whose services have been availed of by university or any other public authority in connection with holding or conducting examinations, and any person who is an office bearer or an employee of an educational, scientific, social, cultural, or other institution in whatever manner established, receiving or having received any financial assistance from the central government or any state government or local or other public authority. Then undue advantage. Earlier the word was illegal gratification, because for performing any work, government servant gets salary. So anything received in addition to salary is called as illegal gratification. Now the word illegal gratification has been replaced by undue advantage. So undue advantage means any gratification, whatever other than legal remuneration. There is a judgment of Rajasthan High Court that demand of sex, that is sexual favor from a woman by government servant, even because this illegal demand could be in cash or in kind. So demand of sex from a woman is also for performing or not performing any work. That is also a type of bribe or undue advantage. Okay, so it comes within definition of illegal gratification. For the purposes of this clause, the word gratification is not limited to pecuniary gratifications or to gratifications estimable in money. Just now I gave an example that demand of say sexual favors from women. The expression legal remuneration is not restricted to remuneration paid to a public servant, but includes all remuneration which is permitted by the government or the organization which is served to receive. So legal remuneration means all types of remuneration that a government gets for doing. That is, there could be many types of allowances, traveling allowance, duty allowance, daily allowance, all these types of allowances. All this is legal remuneration, and it includes all the other things like gratuity, pension, everything. All that is legal remuneration. That is by virtue of any law, and anything other than that is considered as undue advantage. Now, persons falling under any of the above sub clauses are public servants, whether appointed by the government or not. So whether if they fall under this clause, they are public servants, whether they are appointed by government or not. And whenever the words public servant occur, they shall be understood of every person who is in actual possession of the situation of a public servant, whatever legal defect they may have, be in his right to hold that situation. That is, whether a person is appointed legally or illegally, If holding that office, then he comes within the definition of public servant, whatever may be the defect in his appointment or office. Now the power to appoint special judges. So the central government or the state government may, by notification in the official gazette, appoint as many special judges as may be necessary for such area or areas, or for such case or group of cases as may be specified in the notification to try the following offences. Actually, this provision was already there in CRPC, but this provision has been made in this PCA also. Namely, any offence punishable under this Act, and any conspiracy to commit or any attempt to commit or any abatement of any of the offences specified in Clause A. A person shall not be qualified for appointment as a special judge under this Act unless he is or has been a sessions judge or an additional sessions judge or an assistant sessions judge under the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973. And what are the powers? Those powers are given under Chapter 2 of the CRPC. That means maximum punishment up to life imprisonment, capital punishment, फांसी की सजा, and unlimited fine. These are the powers of session judge, additional session judge, and assistant session judge. That means the judges having the maximum power. Okay, capital punishment and unlimited fine. Now, cases triable by special judges. So, notwithstanding anything contained in the Code of Criminal Procedure CR 1973 or in any other law for the time being in force, the offences specified in subsection 1 of section 3 shall be tried by special judges only. So, this will override the provisions of CRPC. So, whatever had been written in CRPC, whether the punishment is 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, but the cases shall be tried by the special judges, that is, session judges only. Every offence specified, a session judge is the topmost judge of the district. Actually, it is just a single person, but when he looks after the civil cases, he is called civil judge. When he looks after the criminal cases, he is called the session judge. And there could be more than one session judges in a district. So the topmost is of course, the district and session judge, and there could be additional or assistant session judges. So these additional or session judges could be appointed, or even the session judge himself may take over the task of this special court, that is to try cases under PCA. Every offence specified in subsection 1 of section 3 shall be tried by the special judge for the area within which it was committed, or as the case may be, by the special judge appointed for the case, or where there are more special judges than one for such area, by such one of them as may be specified in this behalf by the central government. When trying any case, a special judge may also try any offence other than an offence specified in section 3, with which the accused may, under the CRPC 1973, be charged at the same trial. So if there is other offence, then the special judge will try those offences also. Because it is a session judge, so he can of course try any other traditional offences also. That is those which are not under this Act, IPC offences. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, 2 of 1974, the trial of an offence shall be held as far as practicable on day-to-day basis, and an endeavour shall be made to ensure that the said trial is concluded within a period of 2 years. This has been amendment has been made in 2018. That trial under PCA should be conducted within 2 years. Provided that where the trial is not concluded within the said period, the special judge shall record the reason for not having done so. Provided further that the said period may be extended by such further period or reasons to be recorded in writing, but not exceeding 6 months at a time. So, however, that the said period together with such extended period shall not exceed ordinarily 4 years in aggregate. This has been done because there should not be lingering on the trial, or even there is corruption in lower judiciary also. Even a district judge or session judge can be sold or may give bail just for 10 lakh rupees. So to put check on such tendencies, now there is restriction that trial should be completed within 4 years. Because the formula in India is, if you are caught for corruption, bribe the judge and say get free. So these things should not happen. That's why this provision has been made now. So, now the procedure and powers of special judge. A special judge may take cognizance of offences without the accused being committed to him for trial, and in trying the accused person shall follow the procedure prescribed by the CRPC 1973 for the trial of warrant cases by magistrate. So, special judge may take cognizance. Now, under CRPC, actually cognizance is taken by the CJM, and CJM commits the cases to session judge. But here, the session judge is empowered to take cognizance also, which was not there in the say CRPC. A special judge may, with a view to obtaining the evidence of any person supposed to have been directly or indirectly concerned in or privy to an offence, tender a pardon to such person on condition of his making a full and true disclosure of the whole circumstances within his knowledge relating to the offense and to every other person concerned, whether as principal or abettor in the conclusion thereof, and any pardon so tendered shall, for the purposes of subsection 1 to 5 of section 308 of the CRPC 1973, be deemed to have been made, have been tendered under section 307 of that code. The meaning is what we call as approver. Approver is a person who is accomplice in an offense, but on the condition of full and voluntary, complete disclosure, full and true disclosure, he tells everything about the offense on the condition of pardon. So that is called approver, or what we call as sarkari gawah. So like so on this condition, so he is actually an accused. He is not say prosecution witness. Prosecution witness is not necessarily an accomplice. Accomplice is a person who is one of the accused. So if that accused is done, because it is very difficult to get information about a crime, and therefore he may be given pardon if the police is unable to find out anything about a corruption case. So that's why this power has been given to this special court judge. Save as provided in subsections 1 or subsection 2, the provisions of the CRPC 1973 shall, so far as they are not inconsistent with this act, apply to the proceedings before a special judge. And for the purposes of the said provision, the court of the special judge shall be deemed to be a court of session, and the person conducting a prosecution before a special judge shall be deemed to be a public prosecutor. For public prosecutor also, details are mentioned in CRPC chapter 2. In particular, and prosecutor is actually advocate of the police. So advocate of police is called prosecutor, public prosecutor. In particular and without prejudice to the generality of the provisions contained in subsection 3, the provisions of section 326 and 475 of the CRPC 1973 shall, so far as may be applied to the proceedings before a special judge, and for the purposes of the said provisions, a special judge shall be deemed to be a magistrate. That means, as per the requirement, the session judge could also perform some of the functions of CJM, Chief Judicial Magistrate, as well as the Judicial Magistrate. Magistrate is a criminal judge. In short, he is a part of a judiciary, while executive magistrate is a part of the executive. There are three wings under our constitution: executive, legislature, and judiciary. So here we are talking of judicial magistrates. A special judge may pass upon any person convicted by him any sentence authorized by law for the punishment of the offense of which such person is convicted. That means he may pass any sentence for which he is. That means if it is a IPC, because there could be corruption as well as murder, so he will try IPC offenses also, and he is empowered to pass any sentence that is the powers given to him under the PC or the CRPC. A special judge, while trying an offense punishable under this act, shall exercise all the powers and functions exercisable by district judge under the Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944. So he will have all the all the powers of district judge also. These are the powers of special judge. That means he could act for the entire district also. Or to try summarily. Now there are 4 types of trials that are mentioned in CRPC, chapter 18, 19, 20, 21. These are the sessions trial, sessions trial, that is the highest type of trial, the longest and the most complicated process. Then we have warrant trial, then we have summons trial, and then summary trial. So out of this, summarily the trial will be had here. So where a special judge tries any offense specified in subsection 1 of section 3, alleged to have been committed by public servant in relation to the contravention of any special order referred to in subsection 1 of section 12A of the Essential Commodities Act 1955. That is a black marketing wording. For that, even another act was made in 1980 by the Indira Gandhi government, or of an order referred to in clause A of section subsection 2 of that section, then notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1 of section 5 of this act, or section 260 of the CRPC 1933, the special try the offense in a summary way. That is, he can for these cases he may try summary trial, that is case under section 3 of this act, or maybe under Essential Commodities Act. And the provisions of section 265 to 265. This is chapter 21 of CRPC, that is summary trial. Both inclusive of the said court shall, as far as may be applied to such trial. That means he will follow the procedure of the CRPC summary trial. Provided that in the case of any conviction in a summary trial under this section, it shall be lawful for the special judge to pass a sentence of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. Actually, ordinarily, the power under summary trial is only 6 months. But here they are given power for of a sentence of imprisonment for up to 1 year. That is, they have more power under PCA rather than under CRPC. Provided further that when at the commencement of or in the course of a summary trial under that section, it appears to the special judge that the nature of the case is such that a sentence of imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year may have required, or that it is for any other reason undesirable to try the case summarily, the special judge shall, after hearing the parties, record an order to that effect and thereafter recall any witness who have been may have been examined and proceed to hear or rehear the case in accordance with the procedure prescribed by the said court for the trial of warrant cases by magistrate. That means, if during the hearing of the case, if he thinks that summary trial is not enough and sentence of more than 1 year is necessary, then he will have the power to change the procedure, and instead of chapter 21, we will go to chapter 19, that is warrant trial. Notwithstanding anything in the to the contrary contained in the Act or in the CRPC 1973, there shall be no appeal by a convicted person in any case tried summarily under this section, in which the special judge passes a sentence of imprisonment not exceeding 1 month and a fine not exceeding 2,000 rupees, whether or not any order under section 450 of the said code is made in addition to such sentence, but an appeal shall lie where any sentence in excess of the aforesaid limits is passed by the special judge. That means, just like there are some restrictions in CRPC for appeal, here also, if the sentence is only for 1 month and up to 2,000 rupees fine, there shall be no appeal. So there is no right of appeal if sentence is restricted to that. Okay. Now we come to chapter 3, offences and penalties. This chapter has almost been rewritten, we may say, in 2018. So it is complete change from that older chapter of say 1988 after 30 years. So let us see the new section. Offense relating to public servant being bribed. Earlier the word was used that was illegal gratification. Instead of that, now the word is undue advantage. And there is also word bribe. Earlier the word bribe had a very narrow meaning in IPC. Bribe means what the candidate for election, that is a leader, political leader, offers to voters. Only that is bribe. Nothing else is bribe. Everything else was called as illegal gratification. Now that word illegal gratification is not used, and this bribe word in say popular parlance, that word is now added here. So bribe, we can say the meaning of the word is broadened or expanded under PCA also. Earlier, bribe had a very narrow meaning under the IPC. Let us see what is a bribe. So any public servant who obtains or accepts or attempts to obtain from any person an undue advantage with the intention to perform or cause performance of public duty improperly or dishonestly, or to forbear or cause forbearance to perform such duty either by himself or by another public servant, or obtains or accepts or attempts to obtain an undue advantage from any, see the word illegal gratification has been replaced by undue advantage now, from any person as a reward for the improper or dishonest performance of a public duty, or for forbearing to perform such duty either by himself or another public servant, or performs or induces another public servant to perform improperly or dishonestly a public duty, to forbear performance of such duty in anticipation of or in consequence of accepting or an undue advantage from any person, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 years, but which may extend to 7 years, and shall also be liable to fine. So the sentence here is the punishment prescribed is 3 to 7 years, as was recommended by the Arvind Kejriwal committee in that 2013. So that has been written in this 2018 amendment. Offense relating to now explanation 1. So for the purpose of this section, the obtaining, accepting, or the attempting to obtain an undue advantage shall itself constitute an offense, even if the performance of a public service duty by public servant is not or has not been improper. So this is an explanation that whenever somebody is obtaining, accepting, or attempting to obtain an undue advantage, again the word illegal gratification is replaced by undue advantage, shall itself constitute an offense, even if performance has not been, performance of public duty by public servant is not or has not been improper. That means just acceptance, even without performing, is an offense. So a public servant S asks a person P to give him an amount of 5,000 rupees to process his routine ration card application on time. S is guilty of an offense under this section. So even demanding is an offense. For the purpose of this section, the expression obtains or accepts or attempts to obtain shall cover cases where a person being a public servant obtains or accepts or attempts to obtain any undue advantage for himself or for another person by abusing his position as a public servant or by using his personal influence over another public servant or by any other corrupt or illegal means. It shall be immaterial whether such person being a public servant obtains or accepts or attempts to obtain the undue advantage directly or through a third party. Normally, many times it happens that sometimes say some ministers or secretary accept through their PA and like that. So even if it is accepted through third party or through what we call as a broker, dalal in Hindi, so even that is punishable under this. Now there is new section that was inserted, 7A, taking undue advantage to influence public servant by corrupt or illegal means or by exercise of personal influence. So whoever accepts or obtains or attempts to obtain from another person for himself or for any other person any undue advantage as a motive or reward to induce a public servant by corrupt or illegal means or by exercise of his personal influence to perform or to cause performance of a public duty improperly or dishonestly or to forbear or to cause to forbear such public duty by such public servant or by another public servant shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 years, but which may extend to 7 years and shall also be liable to fine. Punishment is same, 3 to 7 years. Then 8, offense relating to bribing of a public servant. Even this is a new section of 2018. So any person who gives or promises to give an undue advantage to another person or persons with intention to induce a public servant to perform improperly a public duty or to reward such public servant for the improper performance of public duty shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years or fine or both, provided that the provisions of this section shall not apply where a person is compelled to give such undue advantage. That means this is a proviso that if he is compelled to give such undue advantage, then that exemption will be there. So this is say offense that is punishable up to 7 years. 7 years means arrest can be done under section 41 of CRPC without warrant, cognizable offense. Now, provided further that the person so compelled shall report the matter to the law enforcement authority or investigating agency within a period of 7 days from the date of giving such undue advantage. That means if he is compelled to perform, he has to inform within 7 days. Provided also that when the offense under this section has been committed by commercial organization, such commercial organization shall be punishable with fine because commercial organization can't be imprisoned. A person P gives a public servant S an amount of 10,000 rupees to ensure that he is granted a license over all the other bidders. Now P is guilty of an offense under this subsection. This is an illustration. Explanation: it shall be immaterial whether the person to whom an undue advantage is given or promised to be given is the same person as the person who is to perform. That means it could be in view of other person also, or has performed the public duty concerned. That means whether it is actually performed or whether it is just a promise and or say consideration. And it shall also be immaterial whether such undue advantage is given or promised to be given by the person directly or through a third party. So definition is broadened here in the explanation. Nothing in subsection 1 shall apply to a person if that person, after informing a law enforcement authority or investigating agency, gives or promises to give any undue advantage to another person in order to assist such law enforcement authority or investigating agency in its investigation of the offense alleged under the against the letter. I'll explain because this is somewhat it will require some explanation. What it means is trap case. That means if somebody accepts the bribe after informing the CBI or say SP Vigilance that I will accept bribe of so many rupees from such person on such and such date at such a place or in my office, that is not an offense. Okay, so I hope you have understood. See, trap could be from both sides. Trap is from the bribe giver, that I will give a bribe because and that person is demanding bribe from me. So trap could be led by the bribe giver. Trap could be given by bribe acceptor also. Example is like Dilip Kumar in movie Mashal 1988. So said trap could be led by the he was an honest collector and he himself he had power to arrest and he himself arrest the person who is trying to give him bribe, being an honest IAS officer. So this is an example that any say person who is before accepting the bribe informs to the law enforcement authorities that I will accept bribe for the enforcement of law. So he, by prior information, say to law enforcement authority or investigating agency, and they help you by laying the trap. Like say there is catching the person red-handed, and in such cases, no sanction for prosecution is necessary under Section 19 of the PCA. Offense relating to bribing a public servant by a commercial organization. Again, this is a new section of 2018. So where an offense under this act has been committed by a commercial organization, such organization shall be punishable with fine. If any person associated with such commercial organization gives or promises to give any undue advantage to a public servant intending to obtain or retain business for such commercial organization, or to obtain or retain an advantage in the conduct of business for such commercial organization, provided that it shall be a defense for the commercial organization to prove that it had in place adequate procedures in compliance of the guidelines as may be prescribed to prevent persons associated with it from undertaking such conduct. For the purposes of this section, a person is said to give or promise to give any undue advantage to a public servant if he is alleged to have committed the offense under Section 8, whether or not such person has been prosecuted for such offense. So a person is said to give or promise to give any undue advantage to a public servant if he is alleged to have committed the offense under Section 8, that is under the previous section, whether or not such person has been prosecuted for such offense. So under this section, there could be fine to a company. For the purposes of Section 8 and this section, commercial organization means a body which is incorporated in India and which carries on a business either in India or outside India. Any other body which is incorporated outside India and which carries on a business or part of that business in any part of India, a partnership firm or any association of firms formed in India or which carries on a business whether in India or outside India, or any other partnership or association of persons, that is shop, establishment, etc., which is formed outside India and which carries on a business or part of a business in any part of India. Business includes a trade or profession or providing services. So trade profession, this includes medical, legal, all other professions also. A person is said to be associated with a commercial organization if such person performs services for or on behalf of the commercial organization irrespective of any promise to give or giving of any undue advantage which constitutes an offense under subsection 1. Now, explanation: the capacity in which the person performs services for or on behalf of the commercial organization shall not matter irrespective of whether such organization is the employee or agent or subsidiary of such commercial organization. So that is the legal status or identity. Whether or not the person is a person who performs services for or on behalf of the commercial organization is to be determined by reference to all the relevant circumstances and not merely by reference to the nature of the relationship between such person and the commercial organization. That means if just there is somebody who is a sleeping partner is just that means there is what we call as sleeping inactive director who is there on the board of directors. So just being by lending some name or his brand image to such company, it doesn't become, say, guilty of offense because he is not an active partner. If the person is an employee of the commercial organization, it shall be presumed, unless the contrary is proved, that such person is a person who has performed services for or on behalf of the commercial organization. Notwithstanding anything contained in the CRPC 1973, the offense under sections 7A, 8 and this section shall be cognizable. So 7A, 8 and 9, all these three are cognizable. That means arrest without warrant can be done by police. The central government shall, in consultation with the concerned stakeholders, including a department, and with a view to preventing persons associated with commercial organizations from bribing any person, being a public servant, prescribe such guidelines as may be considered necessary, which can be put in place for compliance by such organizations. So central government may issue some guidelines. Already some guidelines have been given by the CVC, also formed under Central Vigilance Act 2003. Maybe I would take that some other day. Even DSP Act is very interesting, by which the CBI works. Then again, this is substituted section B1 of 2018. The person in charge of commercial organization to be guilty of offense. So where an offense under section 9 is committed by a commercial organization and such offense is proved in the court to have been committed with the consent or connivance of any director, manager, secretary, or other officer shall be of the commercial organization. The director, manager, secretary, or other officer shall be guilty of the offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 years, but which may extend to 7 years and shall also be liable to fine. That means the company can be fined, the person can be imprisoned as well as fined. For the purposes of this section, director in relation to a firm means a partner in the firm. Now, A1, there is an older section of 1988. But the word illegal gratification has been replaced by undue advantage. So public servant obtaining undue advantage without consideration from person concerned in proceeding or business transacted vices public servant. So whoever, being a public servant, accepts or obtains or attempts to obtain for himself or for any other person any undue advantage without consideration. The word agrees to accept has been omitted because agrees to accept was offending the trap layers, because the government's servant could inform the CBI in advance that I will take bribe in order to trap this person. So mere agreement to accept is not offense, okay, because that is essential for laying the trap by a bribe acceptor, okay. So without consideration or for a consideration which is known to be inadequate from any person whom he knows to have been or to be likely to be concerned in any proceeding or business transacted or about to be transacted by such public servant, or having any connection with the official functions or public duty of himself or of any other public servant to whom he is subordinate, or from any person whom he knows to be interested in or related to the person so concerned, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 6 months, but which may extend to 5 years and shall also be liable to fine. So for this under section 6, section 11, there is 6 months to 5 years imprisonment. Again, the word official functions has been replaced by official functions or public duty, and public duty has already been defined under section 2 as we have seen earlier. Now, punishment for abatement of offences. Again, this is a new section of 2018. The previous section has been substituted. Whoever abates any offence, abatement is under say 107 in IPC. That means not to do offence himself, but to incite others to do that offence. That is, in Hindi we call it दुष्प्रेरण, दूसरे को प्रेरणा देना offence करने के लिए. So whoever abates any offence punishable under this act, whether or not that offence is committed in consequence of that abatement, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 years, but it may extend to 7 years and shall also be liable to fine. Again, punishment is 7 to 9 years. 3 to 7 years. Now, criminal misconduct by a public servant. Now, this is a new concept in Indian criminal law. Under the criminal law, generally, the presumption is that everybody is innocent until proved guilty. But as far as the criminal misconduct is concerned, for example, DA means disproportionate assets. I say zyada sampatti. Disproportionate assets means say assets disproportionate to known sources of income. So what are known sources? Known sources is, for example, salary of the person. Known sources are say other things that he has disclosed in his income tax return, or things that he has inherited or obtained under some gift deed legally. All these things are say known sources of income. So anything other than that is called say DA or disproportionate assets. Many chief ministers in India have been say prosecuted and somehow have even been sentenced under this. Some of the names are Jayalalitha, Mayawati, Mulayam Singh Yadav, even most of the, we can say, chief ministers of Jharkhand, 3 or 4 are all of them chief ministers. I mean, ex-chief ministers are already in prisons, even in Haryana chief ministers. So these are some examples of, say, we can say, chief ministers who have been convicted. A public servant is said to commit and the offense of some of them are still undergoing trials. A public servant is said to commit the offense of criminal misconduct. Now see the definition. If he honestly or now this is completely changed. So previous definition was substituted, and earlier there were A, B, C, D, E. Now instead of that, there are only 2 clauses in this. That is 13(1) A or B. So the other three clauses have been omitted. So if he dishonestly or fraudulently misappropriates or otherwise converts for his own use any property entrusted to him or any property under his control as a public servant, or allows any other person so to do, or if he intentionally enriches himself illicitly during the period of his office. This is what we mean as I say as a sampatti, that is disproportionate assets. That is assets more than the known sources of. How they do it? They collect the information from many intelligence agencies like Intelligence Bureau, maybe Income Tax Department, Enforcement Directorate, CBI, State Police, and many agencies could be involved in detecting such offences. Economic offences, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Narcotics Control Bureau. So whatever information they come into contact with, if they themselves do not have power, they pass on the intelligence to the other investigating agency. A person shall be presumed to have been to have intentionally enriched himself illicitly if he or any person on his behalf is in possession of or has at any time during the period of his office been in possession of pecuniary resources or property disproportionate to his known sources of income. See, in this explanation here we have this word disproportionate to his known sources of income. These are what are called as DA cases, that is disproportionate assets cases. I say as a sampati, which the public servant cannot satisfactorily account for. So here the presumption is entirely changed. The presumption that everybody is innocent until proved guilty does not apply here. The presumption is that everybody is corrupt if he is not able to explain his how he has acquired that property. So that presumption is overturned, and that's why it is very easy to prove in trap cases as well as the disproportionate assets case. That means some people have reputation to be corrupt, but they can't be caught red-handed. So what to do in such cases? So the property could be there, and there could be case under disproportionate assets, because what they will do, they buy some real estate, they invest somewhere, they buy some vehicle, etc. That is how they dispose of this property, say acquired through illegal means, or there could be say other things, hawala transactions, etc. So for that we have PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act of 2002. Maybe we shall cover that also someday. The expression known sources of income means income received from any lawful sources. So that is known sources of income. That is lawful sources. That is as found by the from say comptroller, editor, comptroller and auditor general (CAG), or in case of central servants, or from accountant general in case of state servants, or from income tax returns. So these are the this is how they find whatever that person has earned since his joining of service in past maybe 20, 30, 35 years. All these things are directly obtained from this CAG or AG office or from the income tax department. And if there is some discrepancy or mismatch, so first there is collection of information, then there is collation of information. So collating the information means comparing that intelligence that has been obtained. Okay. Any public servant who commits criminal misconduct shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 4 years, but which may extend to 10 years and shall also be liable to fine. So what is the punishment? So again, it has been increased. They have written what were the suggestions given by Arvind Kejriwal committee in this 2014. Actually, there was a chairman and there were many members, and that included Arvind Kejriwal. So 4 to 10 years, that is the punishment. So earlier there was only 1 to 7 years. So that has been enhanced in this section 13. Now we come to 14. Again, this is a new section of 2018. So punishment for habitual offender, that is repeat offenses. We call them recidivist. Recidivism is a tendency in criminology where a person becomes habitual of committing offenses. Why he does that? You might have heard about the movie 10 Numbri. What is Numbri Badmash or 10 number? Because there is in Maharashtra police, there is a 10 number register where the names of this say habitual offenders are written. And what are the advantages of committing crime? Advantages of committing crime that people fear that offense. He becomes a dada or bhai or gunda and goon, sometimes he commits petty offenses, and whenever he likes he goes into prison. Whenever he petty offenses, he normally doesn't commit major offenses, and whenever he wants he comes back, and like that he earns reputation, we can say, in underworld. That is recidivist, and he is called Numbri Badmash, and that's why there was this movie of Manoj Kumar in which he wears that T-shirt number 10. So why 10 number? 10 is because under Police Act of 1861, the registers are maintained, and there is 10 number register in Maharashtra Police. So that's why the word 10 Numbri word came. Okay, Numbri Badmash. So that means the person who is having entry or whose photograph is there in the police station, wanted criminal. That is considered a big degree in the underworld. Okay, so whoever convicted of an offense under this act subsequently commits an offense punishable under this act shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but which may extend to 10 years and shall also be liable to fine. So punishment here is 5 to 10 years. Punishment for attempt. Attempt is normally punishable by say 50%. So whoever attempts to commit an offense, 50% of that prescribed for the main offense. So whoever attempts to commit an offense referred to in clause A of subsection 1, because there is some renumbering, some changes were done in section 13 in 2018. Of subsection 1 of section 13 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 2 years, but which may extend to 5 years and is fine. The punishment here is 2 to 5 years. Then we come to 16. Matters to be taken into consideration for fixing fine. How much do we fine? In case of Jai Lalita, we know there was fine of say 1 crore, and there was say it was challenged how there can be fine of say 1 crore when she had so many crores, and like that the allegations were there. Now, what are the matters to be taken into consideration? So let us see section 16, where the sentence of fine is imposed under section 7 or section 8 or section 9 or section 10 or section 11 or subsection 2 of section 13 or section 14 or section 15. The court in fixing the amount of the fine shall take into consideration the amount or the value of the property, if any, which the accused person has obtained by committing the offense. That is, what is the illegal gain, or where the conviction is for an offense referred to in clause B of subsection 1 of section 13, the pecuniary resources or property referred to in that clause for which the accused person is unable to account satisfactorily. That means it would be considered as the things that are acquired through illegal means. Even there is one case that is going on in Surat Sahara for default in payment of loan. So again, there are some problems, legal issues, that is whether it can be tried under the PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Anyway, that is not a subject under this act. So presently we shall not go into that PMLA 2002, but maybe I'll say explain that in some other day. Now, chapter 4. So investigation into cases under that. So persons authorized to investigate. So notwithstanding anything contained in CRBC, no police officer below the rank in the case of DSP, that is CBI, of an inspector of police. That means only CBI inspector can investigate, and above that, but not, it can't be sub-inspector or senior sub-inspector or constable, etc. They can't investigate. That minimum is CBI inspector. In the metropolitan areas of Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, and Ahmedabad, and in any other metropolitan area notified as such under subsection 1 of section 8 of the CRPC, of an assistant commissioner of police. So where there is commissionerate system, so there minimum say investigating officer shall be IO shall be assistant commissioner minimum, or he could be one deputy commissioner or higher than that, additional commissioner, these are the ranks. Elsewhere, of a deputy superintendent of police or a police officer of equivalent rank. That means in case of say district police or rural area, minimum DYSP, okay, shall investigate any offense punishable under this act without the order of a metropolitan magistrate or a magistrate of the first class, as the case may be, or make any arrest therefore without a warrant. That means only they have the power under PCA. Others will have to obtain orders from the court. That means others can also do, but they will obtain orders from the court or superior officer. Provided that if a police officer not below the rank of an inspector of police is authorized by the state government in this behalf by a general or special order, he may also investigate any such offense without the order of a metropolitan magistrate or a magistrate of the first class, as the case may be, or make arrest therefore without a warrant. That means state governments have been given power. If the state government empowers, they may empower their inspectors to investigate under PCA. Provided further that an offence referred to in clause B of subsection 1 of section 13 shall not be investigated without the order of a police officer not below the rank of a superintendent of police. So if it is 13(1)B, that is disproportionate assets, that could be investigated only under order of superintendent of police or maybe SSP, senior superintendent of police. Then inquiry or investigation of offences, section 17A. Relatable to recommendations made or decision taken by public servant in discharge of official functions or duties. So no police officer shall conduct any inquiry or investigation into any offence alleged to have been committed by public servant under this act where the alleged offence is relatable to any recommendation made or decision taken by such public servant in discharge of his official functions or duties without the previous approval. This is to say ward of the false allegations. In the case, already section 19 is there. Now section 17A has also been added. And there is some criticism also, but we shall not go into that. In the case of a person who is or was employed at the time when the offence was alleged to have been committed in connection with the affairs of the union of that government, that is central government, and in the case of a person who is or was employed at the time when the offence was alleged to have been committed in connection with the affairs of a state of that government. That means in case of central government servants, say, or in central government employees, now the word servant is not used. So central government employs the sanction of say central government, and in case of say state, the state government. So there is prior permission has to be obtained from the appropriate government, we may say. In the case of any other officer of the authority competent to remove him from his office, that is the appointing authority. That means if it is not central or state government, then what to do? So the competent authority, that is the authority which has the powers to appoint or remove. So here, power of removal at the time when the offense was alleged to have been committed. For example, in case of IS or IPS, IFS officers, it will be a Union Public Service Commission, or maybe say in case of provincial services, it could be a State Public Service Commission. So they are not only the appointing, they also say grant this sanction for prosecution also, which many people may not be aware of, provided that no such approval shall be necessary for cases involving arrest of a person on the spot on the charge of accepting or attempting to access any undue advantage for himself or for any other person. That means trap cases are exempted. Trap, anybody can trap. Okay, so in such cases, this this rank is immaterial. Okay, even constable, head constable could be able to trap. Okay, so this is an exception. Then provided further that the concerned authority shall convey, this sanction. So in trap cases, the sanction is not needed. Okay, provided further that the concerned authority shall convey its decision under this section within a period of 3 months, which may, for reasons to be recorded in writing by such authority, be extended by a further period of 1 month. Now there was much misuse of the sanction for prosecution, that all the things were given, prima facie case was made out, but the central government or the state government did not give sanction, and therefore the Supreme Court had laid down some case law. So now that has been incorporated into the act itself, and if the sanction has to be given within 3 months, if it is not replied, it means that the sanction is given, and it could be further extended by 1 month, and then the prosecution can go ahead with the prosecution. That means bringing the person to court for trial. Now the state amendment. So Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Union Territory of Ladakh. So for these two union territories, some new sections have been added. This is related to forfeiture of property, because these provisions were not there in CRPC. There is a separate chapter that, but even CRPC itself was not applicable. Earlier there was Ranbir Penal Code of Maharaja Ranbir Singh of Jammu and Kashmir that was applicable there. Now that is not that is abolished, and there is Indian Penal Code that is applicable to Jammu and Kashmir also. So establishment of Anti-Corruption Bureau, that is ACB, for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. So notwithstanding anything contained in this act, the government of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir shall, by notification in the official gazette, establish a bureau for investigation of offences under this act under the name of Anti-Corruption Bureau. The bureau shall consist of the director and such other officers and staff subordinate to him, as the government of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir may from time to time think fit to appoint. So this change has been done in 2020. And then further sections have been added. The qualifications of officers other than the director shall be such as may be prescribed by the government of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, provided that till qualification of officers other than the director is prescribed by the government of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the rules notified by the government in this regard under the Prevention of Corruption Act somewhat 2006, now repealed. This was the PCA of Jammu and Kashmir that has been repealed because the Indian Prevention of Corruption Act is made applicable there. Shall continue to govern the qualification of such officers. The director and the officers and the staff subordinate to him shall hold office for such term and on such conditions as the government of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir may from time to time determine. The explanation is the Anti-Corruption Bureau, established under the Prevention of Corruption Act somewhat 2006, now repealed, shall deem to be Anti-Corruption Bureau established under the provisions of this act. The same bureau has been now renamed, as if the same has been established under the prevention provisions of this act, and any reference to the Anti-Corruption Bureau in any law, order, notification, or rules in force in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir shall be construed. Construed means to draw the meaning of law, Kanun ka Arthagatan, construction. How to draw meaning of law, that is called as construction. So construed to mean the Anti-Corruption Bureau established under the provisions of this act. Now there have been new sections inserted, section 17C to 17G for forfeiture of property. So powers of attachment of property. So if an officer not below the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, that is in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, investigating an offence committed under this act, has reason to believe that any property in relation to which an investigation is being conducted has been acquired by resorting to such acts of omission or commission which constitute an offence of criminal misconduct as defined under section 5, he shall, with the prior approval in writing of the Director of Anti-Corruption Bureau may make an order seizing such property. And where it is not practicable to seize such property, make an order of attachment, directing that such property shall not be transferred or otherwise dealt with, except with the prior permission of the officer making such order or of the designated authority to be notified by the government of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, before whom the property seized or attached are produced, and a copy of such order shall be served on the person concerned. And we have proviso, provided that the investigating officer may, at any stage of investigation after registration of FIR in respect of any case under the Act, where he has reason to believe that such property is likely to be transferred or otherwise dealt with to defeat the prosecution of the case, direct that such property shall not be transferred. That means the property shall be attached or dealt with for such period not exceeding 90 days, as may be specified by in the order, except with the prior approval of the designated authority. And explanation: for the purposes of this section, attachment shall include temporarily assuming the custody, possession, and/or control of such property. So attachment is also defined. The investigating officer shall inform the designated authority within 48 hours of the seizure or attachment of such property, together with a report of the circumstances occasioning the seizure or attachment of such property, as the case may be. It shall be open to the designated authority before whom the seized or attached properties are produced, either to confirm or revoke the order of seizure or attachment to so issued within 30 days, provided that an opportunity of being heard shall be afforded to the investigating officer and the person whose property is being attached or seized before making any order under this section. That means both the parties shall be heard as per the principles of natural justice. Provided further that till disposal of the case, the designated authority shall ensure the safety and protection of such property. In the case of immovable property attached by the investigating officer, it shall be deemed to have been produced before the designated authority, because immovable property actually can't be brought before the court. Okay. So it shall be deemed to have been produced before the designated authority when the investigating officer notifies his report and places it at the disposal of the designated authority. So when the report is submitted, that means the property has been brought to the court, to the designated authority. Any person agreed by an order under the proviso to subsection 1 may apply to the designated authority for grant of permission to transfer or otherwise deal with such property. That means they have to obtain prior permission from the designated authority. The designated authority may either grant or refuse to grant the permission to the applicant. The designated authority, acting under the provisions of this Act, shall have all the powers of a civil court required for making a full and fair inquiry into the matter before it. Now 17D, appeal against the order of designated authority. So any person aggrieved by an order made by the designated authority under subsection 3 or subsection 5 of section 17C may prefer an appeal within 1 month from the date of receipt of the order to the special judge, and the special court may either confirm, that is the sessions judge or special judge special court shall be above the DA, may either confirm the order of attachment of property or seizure so made, or revoke such order and release the property or pass such order as it may deem just and proper within a period of 60 days. And where any property is seized or attached under section 7C and the special court is satisfied about the seizure or attachment, it may order forfeiture of such property. So it can be forfeited also, whether or not the person from whose possession it is seized or attached is prosecuted in the special court for an offence under this Act. So whether there is prosecution or not, the property can be attached, because forfeiture of property is also a punishment under the Indian Penal Code. It shall be under section 56. It shall be competent for the special court to make an order in respect of property seized or attached, directing it to be sold if it is a perishable property, and the provisions of section 459 of the CRPC 1973 shall, as nearly as practicable, apply to the debt process of such sale. So it could be sold if it is perishable. Nominating any officer of the government in the case of any other property to perform the function of the administrator of such property, subject to such conditions as may be specified by the special court. So there could be administrator could be appointed by the special court. Issue of show cause notice before forfeiture of the property, section 17E. So no order under subsection 2 of section 17D shall be made by the special court unless the person holding or in possession of such property is given a notice in writing informing him of the grounds on which it is proposed to forfeit such property, and such person is given an opportunity of making a representation in writing within such reasonable time as may be specified in the notice against the grounds of forfeiture, and is also given a reasonable opportunity of being heard in the matter. If the person holding or in possession of such property establishes that he is a bona fide transferee of such property for value without knowing that such property has been so acquired. So if it is a bona fide transferee, then again special court has the power. He shall also be given show cause notice. if you are not say aware of this at the time of buying that property. Then appeal. So any person aggrieved by order of the special court under section 17D may within 1 month from the date of the receipt of such order appeal to the High Court of Jammu and Kashmir. That means the appeal will go to High Court. Where any order under section 17D is modified or annulled by the High Court, or where in a prosecution instituted for the contravention of the provisions of this act, the person against whom an order of the special court has been made is acquitted, such property shall be returned to him. And in either case, if it is not possible for any reason to return the forfeited property, such person shall be paid the price therefor, as if the property had been sold to the government with reasonable interest calculated from the date of seizure of the property, and such price shall be determined in the manner prescribed. So in case of acquittal, there is this provision of return of property. An order of forfeiture not to interfere with other price. So the order of forfeiture made under this act by the special court shall not prevent the infliction of any other punishment to which the person affected thereby is liable under this act. This is so that it is not in contravention of the Constitution, that is double Jeopardy, Article 20, clause 2. That means there could be punishment other than this also, that is punishment, fine. So forfeiture of property would be just one of the punishments. And now we come to section 18, that is all India. So these were the special provisions for the Jammu and Kashmir. Now the power to inspect bankers' books under Bankers' Books Evidence Act 1891. So if from information received or otherwise, already in that act the powers are there. Now these powers are given under this section also. If from information received or otherwise, the police officer has reason to suspect the commission of an offence which is empowered to investigate under section 17 and considers that for the purpose of investigation or inquiry into such offence, it is necessary to inspect any banker's books, then notwithstanding anything contained in any law for the time in force, he may inspect any banker's books insofar as they relate to the account of the person suspected to have committed that offence, or of any other person suspected to be holding money on behalf of such person, and take or cause to be taken certified copies of the relevant entries thereupon, and the bank concerned shall be bound to assist the police officer in the exercise of his powers under this section. Normally, they directly contact the grade 6 or grade 7 manager, that is chairman, come managing director, CMD, because everything is computerized nowadays and they don't go to the branch officers. So directly from the CMD, that is the topmost functionary of the bank, they obtain these details secretly. This is what is done by the investigating agencies. Provided that no power under the, that's why they come to know about so many accounts. Like in some cases, they find that some person has 27 bank accounts. So how they come to know? Because they directly get this information from the head office. Provided that no power under this section in relation to the accounts of any person shall be exercised by police officer below the rank of the superintendent of police. That is, shall be minimum SP rank, unless he is especially authorized in this behalf by police officer or above the rank of the superintendent of police. So SP may authorize another police officer. In this section, the expressions bank and banker's books shall have the meanings respectively assigned to them in the Bankers' Books Evidence Act 1891. That is, cash book, ledger, online, electronic, say, ledgers, etc. Everything. Now, provisions of Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944 to apply to attachment under this Act. This is section 18A that is inserted in 2018, a new section. They were otherwise provided under the PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. This is enforced by Enforcement Directorate. The provisions of the Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944 shall, as far as may be, apply to the attachment, administration of attached property, and execution of order of attachment or confiscation of money or property procured by means of an offence under this Act. There was one major difficulty, that forfeiture of property and this say illegally acquired property could not be done under the Act as it was passed by VP Singh government in 1988. It was passed in Lok Sabha, it was passed in Rajya Sabha, but the forfeiture of property acquired through corruption could not be forfeited by the government. Now, this is possible after 2018 amendment made by Narendra Modi government. So, forfeiture of property acquired through corruption can be forfeited under this section 18A. So for the purposes of this Act, the provisions of the Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944 shall have effect subject to the modification that the references to district judge shall be construed as references to special judge. So instead of district judge, it shall be read as special judge under this Act, because he is already of the rank of district judge or session judge or additional or assistant session judge. Earlier we have forfeiture of property acquired through terrorism, forfeiture of property acquired through NDPS, 1988 Act is there, forfeiture of property acquired through, say, foreign exchange, say, FERA Regulation Act or FEMA, 1999, 1973 or 1999 Act, but there was no forfeiture of property acquired through corruption. Now, after 2018, this is possible now. Now, previous sanction necessary for prosecution. So, no court shall take cognizance of an offence punishable under sections 7, 11, 13, and 15 alleged to have been committed by a public servant, except with the previous sanction, save as otherwise provided in the Lokpal and Lokaयुक्त Act 2013, that is 1 of 2014. So, this act was passed after that, say, movement by Anna Hazare and Arvind Kejriwal. And CBI has been demanding, even the Central Vigilance Commission established under the CVC Act 2003 has been demanding that this section 19 should be removed. But the government has not removed section 19. So for persons of say rank joint secretary and above, the sanction is necessary so that they can work fairly, say without fear or favor. And even the section 17A has been inserted now. Now, whether that is forward or reverse movement, so that is the topic of individual's opinion. But these are the changes. That means what I can say: arguments and counter arguments, pure and against. So, in the case of a person who is employed, or as the case may be, was at the time of commission of the alleged offence employed in connection with the affairs of the union and is not removable from his office, save by or with the sanction of the central government of that government. In the case of a person who is employed, or as the case may be, or at the time of commission of the alleged offence employed in connection with the affairs of a state and is not removable from his office, so by or with the sanction of the state government of that government. And in the case of any other person of the authority competent to remove him from his office. That is same as section 17A, the sanction for prosecution shall be given either by the central government or the state government or the competent authority. Now, provided that no request can be made by a person other than a police officer or an officer of an investigation agency or other law enforcement authority to the appropriate government or competent authority, as the case before the previous sanction of such government or authority for taking cognizance by the code of any of the offences specified in this subsection, unless such person has filed a complaint in a competent court about the alleged offences for which the public servant is sought to be prosecuted. That means either the person has to file a private complaint in a competent court in case of non-cognizable offence. That means there cannot be FIR. FIR can be filed only by the government. It is all criminal action in India is in the name of the state, and therefore only the state or the public prosecutor or police officer can seek the sanction for prosecution. It can't be done by private persons, except persons in complaint cases. And the court has not dismissed the complaint under section 203 of the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 and directed the complainant to obtain the sanction for prosecution against the public servant for further proceedings. So the magistrate, while dealing with a complaint case, will order the complainant to obtain the sanction from the government. So in these cases, a sanction could be given to private persons. Otherwise, the private persons can't get such a sanction. Provided further that in the case of request from the person other than a police officer or an officer of an investigation agency or other law enforcement authority, the appropriate government or competent authority shall not accord sanction to prosecute a public servant without providing an opportunity of being heard to the concerned public servant. Provided also that the appropriate government or any competent authority shall, after the receipt of the proposal requiring sanction for prosecution at a public servant under this subsection, endeavor to convey the decision on such proposal within a period of 3 months from the date of its receipt. Now, these two are very important provisions. First is that whenever say request is received from police officer or investigating agency or other law enforcement authority, the appropriate government shall not accord sanction without providing. That is, there will be a notice issued to the person against whom the allegations have been made. So notice has to be issued to person why such a sanction for prosecution should not be given, and his version shall be heard. This is in accordance with the principle of natural justice. Secondly, a government can't slip on such a case, that is sweep under the carpet. They have to give sanction within 3 months, otherwise it will be deemed that sanction has been given. So this is as per the judgment of the Supreme Court in a case. So provided also that in case where for the purpose of grant of sanction for prosecution, legal consultation is required, such period may, for the reasons to be recorded in writing, be extended by further period of 1 month. That means it is 3 months, but it can be extended only by 1 month. And provided also that the central government may, for the purpose of sanction for prosecution of a public servant, prescribe such guidelines as it considers necessary. So guidelines may be prescribed, just like in the case of section 17A. And explanation for the purposes of such subsection, the expression public servant includes such person who has ceased to hold office during which the offence is alleged to have been committed. That means it includes a retired person, even a dead person. Actually, after death, the criminal law comes to an end. Criminal action prosecution comes to an end. That is as per the provisions of CRPC, but there could be forfeiture of property or other issues that could be civil issues that are related. So that pass on to the estate of the person. So these are the cases, and even the retired person who has ceased to hold the office during which the offence is alleged to have been committed and is holding an office other than the office during which the offence is alleged to have been committed. So even if he is holding another office, still the action could be taken for the previous, we can say, misconduct. Where for any reason whatsoever, any doubt arises as to whether the previous sanction as required under subsection 1 should be given by the central government or the state government or any other authority, the sanction shall be given by that government or authority which would have been competent to remove the public servant from his office at the time when the offence was alleged to have been committed. That means sanction shall be given by the competent authority. It could be any authority subordinate to central or state government also. It need not be directly, every matter need not go to president or the government. Okay. Notwithstanding anything contained in CRPC, no finding, sentence, or order passed by a special judge shall be reversed or directed by court in appeal, confirmation, or revision on the ground of the absence of or any error, omission, or irregularity in the sanction required under subsection 1, unless in the opinion of that court, a failure of justice has in fact been occasioned thereby. That means powers of courts have been curtailed here. That means after the trial, say in appeal revision, they can't do these things. No court shall stay the proceedings under this act on the ground of any error, omission, or irregularity in the sanction granted by the authority, unless it is satisfied that such error, omission, or irregularity has resulted in a failure of justice. And no court shall stay the proceedings under this act on any other ground, and no court shall exercise the powers of revision in relation to any interlocutory, that is interim order, passed in any inquiry, trial, appeal, or other. So here the powers of the courts have been curtailed in such corruption cases. And it determining under subsection 3 whether the absence of or any error, omission, or irregularity in the sanction has occasioned or resulted in failure of justice, the court shall have regard to the fact whether the objection could and should have been raised at any earlier stage in the process. That means, if there is some objection that should be raised before the start of the trial, it cannot be at the middle or final stage. And for the purposes of this section, error includes competency of the authority to grant sanction. A sanction required for prosecution includes reference to any requirement that the prosecution shall be at the instance of a specified authority or with the sanction of a specified person or any requirement of a similar nature. Now, if we compare this with the section 197 of CRPC, then there is a judgment of Justice Nasruddin of Allahabad High Court Lucknow bench that sanction under IPC is for prosecution under IPC, and sanction sanction under CRPC 197 is for prosecution under IPC, and sanction under section 19 is for prosecution under PCA. So just a minute. Now the last 10 sections. So just these are shorter sections. So maybe I'll finish in a few minutes. Wherein any trial of an offense under punishable under section 7 or under section 711, it is proved that a public servant accused of an offense has accepted or obtained or attempted to obtain for himself or for any other person any undue advantage from any person, it shall be presumed, unless the contrary is proved, that he accepted or obtained or attempted to obtain that undue advantage as a motive or reward under section 7 for performing or to cause performance of a public duty improperly or dishonestly, either by himself or by another public servant, or as the case may be, any undue advantage without consideration or for a consideration which is most to be inadequate under section 11. Again, this is what we can say, a complete reversal of the presumption of guilt. In criminal law, we believe that everybody is innocent until proved guilty. Here, everybody is guilty until he is proved innocent. That means if there is he is caught red-handed, then normally they say that I had given some loan to somebody and he was returning the loan that was given to him to me, and this is not a bribe, etc. So the presumption that it is bribe. Now he has to prove when the previous loan was given or what that. That means the presumption is there, but of course it is reputable by bringing in the evidence. So normally such cases, trap cases, have got very less witnesses, less than 10, and prosecution is very fast and effective under PCA. And even in trap cases, sanction for prosecution is not necessary, as we have seen earlier. Now, accused person to be a competent witness. So, any person charged with an offence punishable under this Act shall be a competent witness for the defence and may give evidence on oath in disproof of the charges made against him or any person charged together with him at the same trial. That means against himself or against co-accused, provided that he shall not be called as a witness except at his own request. So if you want that he should be called witness, otherwise he will be accused. Accused are numbered as A1, A2, A3, A4, etc. Prosecution witness are called PW1, PW2, PW3, etc. Defense witness are called DW1, DW2, DW3, etc. Exhibits are called Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3 in say criminal trials. His failure to give evidence shall not be made the subject of any comment by the prosecution or give rise to any presumption against himself or any person charged together with him at the same trial. This is in accordance with Article 20, Clause 3 of the Constitution of India, that what we call as the right to remain silent. So he shall not be compelled to say or give rise to any presumption against himself or any person charged together with him at the same trial if it does not give or he fails to give evidence. That means it shall not be considered as offence against public justice because there is Article 20, Clause 3 of CRP of Constitution. He shall not be asked, and if asked, shall not be required to answer any question relating to show that he has committed or been convicted of any offence other than the offence with which he is charged or is of bad character. This is because self-incriminatory evidence can't be obtained by police. Again, as per the Constitution. So unless the proof that he has committed or has been convicted in America, there is at the time of arrest, the police officer has to inform the person. In India, they have to inform that under which act, under which section they are arresting, and that the person has the right to bail if the offence is bailable offence. In America, they say you have the right to remain silent. Otherwise, whatever you utter can be say held against you in a court of law, like in case of Aab Lord Chale. Paresh Rawal plays the role of police inspector there. So that is their legal. It is not just a filmy dialogue. It is what they have to do under the law of the USA. Unless the proof that he has committed or has been convicted of such offence is admissible evidence so that he is guilty of the offence with which he is charged, or he has personally or by his pleader asked any question from any witness for the prosecution with a view to establish his own good character, or has given evidence of his good character or the nature or conduct of the defense in such as to involve imputations on the character of the prosecutor or of any witness for the prosecutor, or he has given evidence against any other person charged with the same offense. This is because presumption of guilt should not be there because of any prior conviction. This is as per CRPC 300. And because every case is a separate case, and the court is only interested in the instant case, that is the case that is brought before the court, and not because the antecedents or history or irrelevant questions. This is as per the Evidence Act 1872, Indian Evidence Act. The Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 to apply subject to certain modifications. So the general principle is that Special Act prevails over the General Act, and if something is not clear in the Special Act, then you have to go to the General Act. So provisions of PCA shall apply, and if something is not criminal, then you have to go back to the general provisions. If something is not clear in this act, then refer to the CRPC. So provisions of the CRPC shall, in their application to any proceeding in relation to an offence punishable under this act, have effect as if in subsection 1. Now there have been some modification, and they have been given by the legislature. In subsection 1 of section 243, for the words the accused shall then be called upon, the word the accused shall then be required to give it in writing at once, that is immediately, okay, or within such time as the court may allow, a list of the persons, if any, whom he proposes to examine as his witnesses, and of the documents, if any, on which he proposes to rely, and he shall then be called upon, had been substituted. That means he will have to immediately give this list. He can't delay it. Then in subsection 2 of section 309, after the third provision, the following provision had been inserted, namely, provided also that the proceeding shall not be adjourned or postponed merely on the ground that an application under section 397 has been made by party to the proceeding. That means just merely there is application under The section 397 for adjournment, the case shall not be adjourned or postponed. This is because that tarikh pe tarikh should not, that is dates in the court. The case should not linger on that. That's why this provision has been made. After subsection 2 of section 317, the following subsection had been inserted, namely, notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1 of or in subsection 2, the judge may, if he thinks fit, and for reasons to be recorded by him, proceed with inquiry or trial in the absence of the accused or his pleader, and record the evidence of any witness subject to the right of the accused to recall the witness for cross-examination. That means if the person is absent, then the judge will go on with his inquiry or trial. Inquiry or trial is done by the court. Investigation is done by the police. So inquiry or trial may go on regardless of say absence of any person, and if any person is remaining and he is arrested later on and he witness, then the person that witness may be called again for cross-examination. In subsection 1 of section 397, before the explanation, the following proviso had been inserted, namely, provided that where the powers under this section are exercised by court or an application made by party to such proceedings, the court shall not ordinarily call for the record of the proceeding without giving the other party an opportunity of showing cause why the record should not be called for. That is, first it shall give a notice before calling the record, and if it is satisfied that an examination of the record of the proceedings may be made from the certified copies. If the certified copies are available, then normally they should not ask for original, because generally in the criminal proceedings, the originals are required. Now, sometimes they get destroyed also. So in such cases, if they have been destroyed, then 201, 202, 203, 204 IPC, that is destruction of evidence, may also be applicable. Like in case of Ayushi Arushi Talwar case. Of course, that was a murder case. It was not related to PCA. Particularly in a charge in relation to an offense under section 31A. So what is the charge? Now, charge is different from charge sheet. Charge sheet is given by police to the judge. Charge is given by judge to the accused. So this framing of charges as per say 211 CRPC. Charges say you have committed so and so offense on so and so date at so and so place. Do you plead guilty or not? If the guilt is admitted, then without trial the conviction could result. Or if the person says that I am not guilty, then the trial begins. Okay. So notwithstanding anything contained in CRPC, when an accused is charged with an offence under clause A of subsection 1 of section 13, which because these were modified in 2018, it shall be sufficient to describe in the charge the property in respect of which the offence is alleged to have been committed and the dates between which the offence is alleged to have been committed, without specifying particular items or exact dates, and the charge so framed shall be deemed to be a charge of one offence within the meaning of section 219 of the state code. Because when that person acquired the property, and in case of say assets, disproportionate assets, sometimes this is not possible, and therefore this provision has been made. So it is not necessary to specify everything in charge. All that remaining things are subject matter of trial, and when the trial begins, at that time the evidence could be brought in. Okay. So provided that the time included between the first and last of such dates shall not exceed 1 year. That means when that property has been acquired, the difference should not be more than plus minus 1 year. Okay. So this is the provision as far as the say DA, disproportionate assets cases are concerned. Section 24 has been omitted. So just last 5 5
minutes. If you can
conclude. Okay, conclude in 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Yes, I will conclude. So statement of a bribe giver not to all subjected to prosecution. This has been omitted in 2018. Military, naval, or air force or other law not to be affected. So for that, we already have Army Act, Air Force Act, and Navy Act. So nothing in this act shall affect the jurisdiction exercisable by or the procedure applicable to any court or other authority under the Army Act 1950, Air Force Act 1950, the Navy Act 1957, the Border Security Force Act 1968, the Coast Guard Act 1978, and the National Security Guard Act 1986. That means the what we call as court martial that could go on separately. So that their jurisdiction is not affected. And for the removal of doubts, it is hereby declared that for the purposes of any such law, as is referred to in subsection 1, the court of a special judge shall be deemed to be a court of ordinary criminal justice. That means, whatever has been referred to here as special court or as a special judge, that would be court martial in such cases. Now, special judges appointed under Act 46 of 1952 to be special judges appointed under this Act. So every special judge appointed under the Criminal Law Amendment Act 1952 for any area or areas and is holding office on the commencement of this Act shall be deemed to be a special judge appointed under Section 3 of this Act for that area or areas, and accordingly, on and from such commencement, every such judge shall continue to deal with all the proceedings pending before him on such commencement in accordance with the provisions of this Act. So when this Act comes into force, that is in 1988, the older judges appointed under this say Criminal Law Amendment Act 1952 shall be till that time be considered to be special judges, and then the appointments under PCA could follow. Then appeal and revision. So subject to provisions of this Act, High Court may exercise so far as they may be applicable all the powers of appeal and revision conferred by the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 on a High Court, as if the Code of Special Judge were a Code of Session trying cases within the local limits of the High Court. And this appeal from this, because the special judges are all sessions judges, and so the appeal and revision would go to the High Court. And Act to be in addition to any other law. So the provisions of this Act shall be in addition to and not in derogation of any other law for the time being in force, and nothing contained herein shall exempt any public servant from any proceeding which might, apart from this Act, be instituted against him. There could be, he could be prosecuted under other additional applicable laws also. So criminal corruption is just one of the offences that is specifically dealt with by this Act. And amendment of the Ordinance 38 of 1944. So in the Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944, in subsection 1 of section 3, subsection 1 of section 9, clause A of section 10, subsection 1 of section 11, and subsection 1 of section 13 for the word state government, wherever they occur, the word state government, or as the case may be, the central government shall be subject. So central government is also involved now. In section 10, in clause A, for the words 3 months, the words 1 year shall be substituted. In the schedule, paragraph 1 shall be omitted. In paragraph 2 and 4, after the words a local authority, the words and figures or a corporation established by or under a central, provincial, or state act, or an authority or a body owned or controlled or rated by the government, or a government company as defined in section 617 of the Companies Act 1956, or a society aided by such corporation, authority, body, or government company shall be inserted. And after the words or authority, the words or corporation or body or government company or society shall be inserted. And for paragraph 4A, the following paragraph shall be substituted, namely, an offence punishable under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. And in paragraph 5, for the words and figures, items 2, 3, and 4, the words, figures, and letters, items 2, 3, 4, and 4A shall be substituted. So this amendment of Ordinance of 1944 has been amended. And then this additional section has been inserted, 29A, all make rules in 2018. These are the only 3 powers. The central government may, by notification in the official gazette, make rules for carrying out the provisions of this Act, in particular and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power. Such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely, guidelines which can be put in place by commercial organization under section 9, guidelines for sanction of prosecution under subsection 1 of section 19, and any other matter which is required to be or may be prescribed. Every rule made under this Act shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made for each House of Parliament while it is in session, or for a total period of say 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions, and if before the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive session aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the rule, or both houses agree that the rule shall not be made, the rule shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So however, that any such modification or amendment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule. So earlier there were not rule making powers. Now the appropriate government has rule making power, and rule shall be laid before the legislature. And lastly, repeal and saving. So the Prevention of Corruption Act 1947, that was a British Act that has been repealed, and Criminal Law Amendment Act 1952 are hereby repealed. Notwithstanding such repeal, but without prejudice to the application of Section 6 of the General Laws Act 1897, anything done or any action taken or purported to have been done or taken under or in pursuance of the Code Acts, so repealed shall, insofar as it is not inconsistent with the provisions of this Act, be deemed to have been or taken under or in pursuance of the corresponding provision of this Act. Saving means whatever are the older court cases, they would go on under the older Act. And last section is omitted. So section 31 was there. Sorry, the schedule was there. So omission of certain sections of Act 45 of 1860. This was section 31. There is no schedule in that. So this has been repealed by the repealing and amended Act 2001, section 2, and the first schedule in 2001. So that concludes this Act, Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer that. Here's my contact information. Yes, sir. Any questions so far?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for a wonderful session. Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share in chat box or unmute yourself and ask or share your observations. And also kindly fill up the feedback form for this session. I'm raising the poll for session 5.
So I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra and thankful to Sri Holistic Health Foundation of India and Sri Center for Arts, Science and Well-being for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. Thankful to all the participants also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, once again for joining us and giving wonderful insights into these two aspects. And it was providing great insights into these topics. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. Participants, fill up the feedback form.
Thank you, sir.
If there are no queries, then we shall move on to vote of thanks. Now I invite Manasa to propose vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to one and all. I, Manasa, thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, moderator and coordinator, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks and also to express my gratitude. First of all, we thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, moderator and coordinator, and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, for giving everyone a wonderful opportunity to gain knowledge and also conducting and organizing and inviting the sessions in a very excellent manner and enjoying insights of international conference today. Without their efforts, this couldn't have been possible. On the occasion of international conference today, so I would like to thank all our valuable and wonderful session speakers of the day today. And firstly, it was presented by me regarding nutraceuticals. I thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk on nutraceuticals on this wonderful platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And again, the very next session speaker, Dr. Ravindra, sir, on many more topics today, like vigilance, corruption and impunity, crime against journalists, media, tsunami, war, conflict, health, well-being, education, employment, environment, and sustainable development. Yes, sir. As per sir observations, really 73% of women are being threatened and also creating many countless threats, viral attacks, and also creating a fear and global trend reports. And top of that, crimes against journalists. Yes, the UNESCO actually taking a lead, a plan of action for the safety of the journalists and their protection. It's been really good thing. And also regarding the tsunamis, they have no seasons at all. They create anytime, anywhere. Actually, these early warnings and early action systems is to protect the society. These are actually rare events and deadliest and devastating hazards. Tsunami is actually generated by earthquakes based on the conditions. They may rupture the earth's surface, landslides, And we thank UNDRR for also this working under sustainable development. And also this women and natural resources, UNBB is taking a lead for the gender equality and also the empowerment of women, and UNISDR, UN Environment Progress videos. Thank you, sir. It's been really wonderful and very insightful session and very knowledgeable. We have learned many things from this session today. And such a beautiful, wonderful workshop regarding cyber security and internet safety by Virendra Kumar, sir. As per sir observations, we just got through many in detailed form of classification like crime targets, safety, and fraud, many more like the harassments versus cyber bullying, threats, cyber terrorism, cyber warfare, and documented cases. It's been very in-depth, and software piracy and data theft, and also enhanced sentence for child grooming. Thank you, sir. It's been really a wonderful session. And once again, the very next session speaker by Dr. Ravindra, sir, regarding this Central Vigilance Week and also the anti-corruption activities. And as per sir observations, the background and the vision and the mission and the role of Central Visual Commission, it's been really a wonderful session, sir. Even we have got to know what are the preventive and vigilance things and commission awareness also. Thank you, sir. It's been really wonderful session. And the very next session speaker, Virendra Kumar, sir, regarding Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 as amended up to 2020. As per sir observations, we have seen that it's in detail in regarding the offenses and penalties and the power to appoint special judges and what are the case investigations under the act, and also the perspectives of the public servant obtaining without consideration like from consent and proceedings, and what are the punishments for habitual offenses, and also the establishment of anti-corruption acts. Thank you, sir. It's been really new topic, but we learned many things from it. And once again, I thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts and Sciences Wellbeing, for this wonderful opportunity to propose a vote of thanks and also to be a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations and international conference and also workshop today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manasa, for proposing vote of thanks. Finally, I thank each and everyone for joining us, especially the speakers for the day and participants. Without you, this couldn't have been successful. So I thank each and everyone and express my gratitude to Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, and also to all the participants for joining us. And as already informed, in the coming days, we will be not having morning sessions in conference, and we will be starting from post-lunch from 1 or 2 o'clock. That we will update you. Otherwise, we have one more plan also, like to divide these tracks into individual tracks, like legal awareness, one track, and this holistic health and well-being and this sustainable development into tracks. So each one a track with a separate certificate, because we are getting feedback that sessions are going too long, and everyone cannot stay for the whole day. So that is that's why less and less participants are staying for longer time. So we also feel that we have to do justice for whatever time they are giving us. And also they can choose among which tracks they want to attend and accordingly. So we will see whether we can have whole conference and it can be divided into tracks, but how the certificate has to be issued. Otherwise, we will have individual tracks like daily. We are having international webinar series. We will continue to do so on Sundays also from 6 to 8. So that way, anyway, that 6 to 8 will be there, commemoration, so that will not disturb the commemorations because of these, daily sessions and commemorations are also getting affected. That was one feedback, one of the feedbacks from participants also. So with that, participants include those who are joining on, Zoom platform and those who are watching on, website or and also on YouTube and various other social media, wherever, these links are being shared. So accumulative feedback from them to divide these into tracks, like holistic health would be one track and well-being, or we can combine holistic health and well-being as one track and sustainable development as one track, or the entire series like we are organizing webinar series into one track. And other aspects like we also propose to have this movie reviews which are contributing to holistic health, well-being and sustainable development, where one movie, any movie or any documentary or any short film or anything, any such audio-visual presentation for that matter, where we can pick up any one of us, whoever is interested. I know for that there is no qualification as such, as long as you are a movie lover or you are interested in movies and critically analyze movie, and you can correlate to how it is affecting adversely. You can speak both the positive things and negative things, how it is positively contributing or how it is negatively impacting health. Health includes all. That's why we have holistic health concept, including financial health or physiological health, mental health, all aspects you can cover, or any one of them as per your convenience or understanding. So that is also one thing we have planned. And apart from that, one that is movie or any audio visual content, and other thing is any book or journal or any publication as such that is promoting holistic health, well-being and sustainable development. So you can review one book or one movie or even a book and movie. So anyone can take up any sessions, like you can take one in this one, and you can also review book in one and also review movie also. So like that you can do different tracks basically. And we are also planning to redesign the certificates which are issuing now. Instead of having the entire certificate redesigned, so across the series we will have a common design where only that event details would be updated. The rest design, entire design, we are planning to have 3 certificates based on the feedback. One is for presentation and other is for participation, and others who are not eligible for these both. Either they are not presenting and they are also not eligible for participation because of they are not attending the minimum required attendance. But for them also, who are still attending, considerable period of time, but not eligible for presentation, we are planning some certificate for them. So maybe we'll let you know. Maybe you can also suggest what might be the appropriate word or kind of, we initially thought of certificate of appreciation. But again, we thought that would be that we would be giving everyone for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and again that will be a clash. So we thought maybe we have to find a better word for that. So for everyone, whoever is joining and attending, minimum time, say at least 1 hour or 2 hours for the entire day, or maybe minimum half an hour per daily thing. So for them, we are planning to issue this certificate. So whoever joins and at least stays on the platform for half an hour on the weekdays, and at least for 1 hour, more than 1 hour for them. It is not participation or presentation, but as a gratitude, so that to motivate, encourage them to stay for longer time. So we are planning a similar certificate, and all these 3 certificates design will remain same, only the content, I mean the event names and dates and the rest of the things. So that will also reduce the burden for us each time. And the flyer also, we will have a similar flyer where the basic design would be same, and the contents would, other things would change, like speaker name, topic, and their qualification. And anyway, dates and all things, they keep changing every day. So that is one aspect. So maybe from next Sunday, we'll have a different kind of presentation. So the existing speakers can continue presenting as usual. If there is we are also planning one legal track also, because Virendra Kumar ji is also like regularly contributing. Maybe we'll just finalize if that can further continue for till August 2023, so that we can have a separate track for legal awareness. If that could be possible, then we would also have a separate track for it, along with a certificate, along or how individual certificate or a single certificate for entire day that we'll plan, so that many participants are joining but staying for only able to be on the platform for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2 hours, not more than that. Certain some are able to stay, but due to their commitments and especially being Sunday. So that is feedback received from few participants, that sessions are very lengthy and they are also not able to sit. And they suggested also, few of them, like restrict the session to 15 minutes or maximum 30 minutes for each speaker. That is also one suggestion, so that we can have more speakers and less number of time. Basically, we are getting through feedback different suggestions. So all this we are considering, that trying to see what best we can do to retain participants. The main reason what we found it, the most of the feedback by through which participants are sharing is that durations are quite long. Staying for so much time on the platform is a kind of discouraging them to stay and also to join also. So many are not able to join. Even if they are joining also, they are not able to stay. That is what we found is a major concern, that we are also seeing the decline of participants, number of participants. So to address these challenges, and they also suggested not to have conference more than 3 or 4 hours, and restricting speakers to maximum 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and taking 5 or 10 minutes as question and answer, or maximum of 30 minutes or 40 minutes, even if 30 minute session, not exceeding, and not exceeding some 4 to 6 sessions. So that is the major suggestion we are getting, so that they can also listen to variety of topics and also, get their certificates also. At the end of the day, that is also matters. So how we will go about it, we are considering all the options. One option is to satisfy everyone, and also we should not lower our quality or standards. So either by dividing the tracks, we can give whoever joins whichever track is, that is one. But again, that will create a lot of work for us. That is one aspect we are looking at. And other aspect is, everyone different certificates they will get. That is one aspect. But again, the work burden will increase. To reduce that, what we are planning is to have same format design of certificate where only details change. So the basic certificate will remain same for the rest of the days till 2020, till conclusion. That is one proposal. We'll see. We will work out by next Sunday. And the usual sessions will go on, and we will see if there is any separate tracks for each thing, like holistic health, well-being, sustainable development, and legal awareness. And for this movie review and book review, like this, if we are having different tracks, then you can participate in one or more tracks, irrespective of other, and you can share. That is one option. Otherwise, if all are part of it, then we also need to look at participants' feedback also. If they are only attending for 2 or 3 hours, then how do we accommodate them? So that is one concern. But they are at least attending for 2-3 sessions. So whether to give the whole conference certificate participation. Because generally we are running around 6-7 hours, and some participants are able to join only for 2 hours or 3 hours maximum. There are various reasons also, genuine reasons, like their mobile data is also, getting exhausted in 2-3 hours. So they have genuine concerns also. Beyond that, there's either it is lagging or either it is getting disconnected. Certain issues are there. So, and some of them are logging from mobile devices. Actually, these were there earlier also, but we thought, okay, we'll see. But these are increasingly becoming more and more, and we can see the reflection on the joining number of participants also. So that's why we thought of, having half-day sessions. Otherwise, also irrespective of number of speakers, even irrespective of number of speakers, we are having a whole day session. I mean, session is running from morning to evening, but everyone staying from morning to evening is not so feasible as per this statistics. So that's why we want to constrict the overall time so that we can accommodate everyone, and also issue certificates for who are there. So these two are there. You can also share your feedback on how it would be. Like we keep discussing on the platform also, individually, those who are contacting us, sharing their feedback also. You can also share your opinions, feedback on how we can address these issues and challenges, and accordingly we will try to plan. So that is one aspect of this conference. You can always share your feedback on the platform or personally. You are always welcome. And the daily 6 to 8, these will continue. And Sunday also, from next Sunday, we'll have 6 to 8 session as usual. So if anyone is interested to present 6 to 8, they are welcome on this holistic health, well-being and sustainable development. If there are no speakers in those specific tracks, we can also take other tracks like book review, movie review, or even legal is also part of this. So that is also, we can take it. We will try to extend from that, not going beyond 8 or 9 maximum. Because sometimes, it is going up to 8:39. So not extending too much because there are some children also, participants who are attending, speakers also, they are waiting for their parents to join them for dinner. So that is also one feedback we receive. So considering all this, now we shall not go beyond 9 or 10 unless no speaker has any such issue. We can go up to 9:30 or something like that. That in rare cases, on special occasions. Otherwise, we'll start early, no problem. If you want, we can start early. But we'll try to conclude by maximum 8 or 8:39. 9 we shall keep the deadline, but not daily 9. But we shall restrict ourselves to 8 and here or there. But we can start early, like 6 o'clock we are starting. If at all we can have more sessions, we can start around from 2, 3 onwards, we can start, and we can ensure that we'll be concluding by 8, strictly by 7:45, we should be concluding all the sessions and going for a vote of thanks. So that is one proposal. If not, also we can extend here or there if speakers are still accommodated. Certain speakers, for them it is only possible after 7 or sometimes 8. That is only the reason we are going beyond 8 or 10. But that doesn't happen every time. Only on special occasions. That is once in a month or while. So that shouldn't be a problem. That we will continue to do so on special occasions. But regularly we will try to do it from 6 to 8 or 6 to 9. Or maybe if this book and movie also is there, we can devote 1 hour for commemoration, 1 hour for book review, and 1 hour for movie review. So we can have from 6 to 9 or 5 to 8, anything like that. So we'll roll out the flyer today and we'll see the response. And for each schedule or each track, we will try to issue a different or we will see for 1 week how this is going to roll out on a single certificate. If not, then we will see if we can issue individual certificates for individual tracks. In case of any queries or feedback, feel free to share with us. And thank you once again, everyone, for joining. And I'm sharing overall feedback link. Don't worry, those who have left. We will consider. We always have mentioned this additional extra time, which is also a bonus for those who are joining late. But those who have joined, in time, this additional or extra time will not be considering for those who are regularly attending. So no need to worry for those. Basically, we are considering 11 to 5 only within that. This additional, whoever joins late, for them it's an additional advantage. But those who are have joined in time and leaving in time, for them it's not an issue. Even if you leave at 5 o'clock also, you'll be getting certificate. But for getting insights and knowledge, you can always stay back. But there is no compulsion, because sometimes it is going beyond and we are also taking that into consideration. So thank you once again. Before leaving, kindly fill up the overall feedback form. And see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night.